a game, RoboQuest. We're going to be playing it in a little bit. I'm just going to finish let the gents finish. I figured. I'm super happy to be here. There was a very high probability that I couldn't make it because I had to make a quick stop into one hospital in Sofia for a few days, and I just signed off today. So I'm really, really happy to be here. And I want to thank Blag and the team of the French Institute that they've kind of managed in this whole initiative. It's the 5th edition of Digital November, and I guess one could say it's a blasphemy that it's been open in English, but we spend a lot of time trying to figure out what would be the optimal language because most of us speak Bulgarian. Fair portion of everybody present here speaks French, and the vast majority speaks English, so that was the common denominator. And in the sense of common denominator, Digital November is a platform, for those of you who do not know, that's initiated by the French Republic to popularize and communicate the digital art, digital businesses, and various digital initiatives throughout the world. And the French Cultural Institute in Sofia is hosting it for the 5th anniversary year, I would say. And I'm super happy that video games is actually the focus of this year's edition. And that's why you have me here. If it wasn't for video games, I would be, wouldn't make sense for me to be here. So tonight's the opening of the 5th edition of Digital November. Quite a lot of things happening. We're going to be discussing various topics about video games today. 3 presentations, discussions. We're going to be playing some video games. Tomorrow we're going to be playing even more video games. With a special guest from France who is going to take part in a small community Tekken 8 tournament based in Sofia, which is quite nice. Then Sunday we have a family gaming day, which is something I enjoy quite a lot lately with my 3-year-old son. We're playing awesome game on PlayStation, and it's really great time. Then we have Anna Bacheva 3 times actually, starting from today. We have our Monday on a conference and a presentation on the topic of the gentle female presence in digital arts. And then we have her installation / performance. It's always, not always, but sometimes difficult to pin the right word for these digital experiences. And then we would see, next Thursday, we would see this whole in a virtual reality setting. So quite a lot of things happening in the 5th edition. You can check out a program on the website. You can hang out here a little bit later, but before we dive into the discussions tonight, I'd like to, for the first time in my life, have the honor to invite someone who I need to address an excellency. His Excellency Ambassador Joël Mayer, Ambassador of the French Republic. Please welcome.
Alors moi, je vais parler en français à l'Institut français, mais grâce à l'entremise de Blaga, vous allez tous comprendre parfaitement, même ceux qui ne sont pas francophones.
Аз ще говоря на френски, тъй като сме във Френския институт и благодарение на колегата ми съм сигурен, че всички ще ме разберат.
Защото не може да говоря на български. Sinon, бих искал да говоря на български. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, monsieur le ministre, chers amis du monde numérique, chers gamers et gameuses, excusez-moi pour l'accent parce que je suis nouveau venu dans le jeu, dans le game, un newcomer.
Уважаеми дами и господа, уважаеми министър Найден Тодоров, скъпи приятели от дигиталния свят, геймъри и геймърки, не знам дали го произнасям правилно, тъй като съм нов в тази сфера.
Merci beaucoup aux organisateurs de cette nouvelle édition, 5e édition de Novembre numérique. Merci une nouvelle fois à l'Institut français de Bulgarie, ambassade de France, d'accueillir cette édition.
Благодаря на Френския институт за организацията на това 5-то издание на Дигитален ноември и на Френското посолство.
Voilà, du moins d'accueillir son inauguration symbolique.
Да, за да бъде домакин на това символично откриване на Дигиталния ноември.
Alors derrière toutes les créations artistiques, et le jeu en est une, bien sûr, il arrive souvent que les inspirations et les idées se croisent, que les histoires individuelles aussi avancent, aient leur parcours, mais aussi qu'elles se rejoignent et deviennent des amitiés fécondes. Au cours des 15 dernières années, la Bulgarie et la France ont écrit chacune leur propre légende du jeu vidéo. Mais leurs studios aussi, il arrive qu'ils se réunissent autour d'une mission commune, c'est le cas aujourd'hui, créer des mondes que l'on ne se contente pas de jouer, mais que l'on expérimente.
Зад всяка артистична творба, а игрите са част от тях, често се случва вдъхновенията и идеите да се пресичат, а индивидуалните истории да се обединяват и да се превръщат в плодотворни приятелства. През последните 15 години България и Франция написаха своята собствена гейминг легенда. Техните студия се обединиха около обща мисия – да създадат светове, които не просто се играят, а се преживяват.
C'est pourquoi, Monsieur le Ministre, votre présence est importante et je vous remercie d'être là. Importante parce que nous marquons symboliquement ce soir le début de cette édition de Novembre en numérique et qui va mettre précisément en valeur le talent et l'originalité des studios français et bulgares et français, franco-bulgares.
И за това вашето присъствие, господин министър, тази вечер е много важно. Благодаря ви, че сте тук да отбележите с нас това пето издание на Дигитален ноември, в което всъщност отдаваме чест на българо-френски, френско-български студия и тяхната работа.
Mais cette édition a quelque chose de plus, elle a un objectif de plus, c'est mettre particulièrement en lumière, bien sûr, le travail des femmes dans ce monde d'ordinaire plutôt masculin, je crois, du jeu vidéo et de la création numérique. Et je salue à cet égard nos deux invitées féminines, la joueuse professionnelle Kayane et l'artiste numérique franco-bulgare Bacheva.
Но това издание е по-специално, тъй като изтъква работата на жените в тази сфера, която е толкова мъжка. И в този контекст бих искал да поздравя нашите две жени, гостенки специални тази вечер. Това е Каяне, професионалната състезателка по гейминг, и Ана Бачева, визуален артист, който работи с технологии.
Et d'ailleurs, pour rendre hommage à la créativité franco-bulgare, Monsieur le Ministre, nous nous lançons un défi, c'est de jouer ensemble sur un jeu qui a été créé par un jeune bulgare, mais franco-lyonnais, Milen Ivanov, sur un jeu qui a été créé il y a plusieurs années qui s'appelle RoboQuest.
И за да продължим да пишем тази история, сме си поставили едно предизвикателство с вас, господин министър. Това е да играем игра, създадена от студиото на един българин, който живее от години в Лион.
Et je crois qu'on joue contre vous, Kayane. Non, c'est pas. En tout cas, je compte à ce que nos adversaires fassent preuve de diplomatie, ne nous laissent pas gagner, mais ne nous écrasent pas non plus.
Мисля, че играем срещу вас, Каяне. Надявам се все пак да има една равностойна игра, да не ни смажете, но и да не ни биете много бързо.
Voilà. D'autant plus que ça fait plusieurs mois que je me prépare sur un autre jeu. On m'a dit qu'il serait présenté ce soir, Winter Break, et j'apprends juste maintenant qu'on change de jeu. Donc là, évidemment, les règles ont changé. Je vais perdre.
Още повече, че от месеци съм се приготвил за една друга игра, Winter Break, а сега ми казвате изведнъж, че аз ще играя съвсем друга.
Plus sérieusement, c'est un grand événement, effectivement, qui montre les multiples facettes de la créativité en Bulgarie et de l'Institut français de Bulgarie. Je voudrais en profiter aussi pour saluer la présence du président de la French Tech Bulgarie, Adrien Bacchi, qui est là, voilà, tout à fait.
Да, програмата е много богата с различни участници, но по-специално исках да поздравя Адриан Баки, който е и председател на French Tech България.
Et je terminerai encore une fois en remerciant Kayane, Ана Bacheva, Milen Ivanov et toutes celles et tous ceux qui contribuent à construire au quotidien des ponts numériques, des passerelles artistiques et culturelles entre nos deux cultures et nos deux pays.
И накрая бих искал още веднъж да благодаря за всеотдайността и ангажираността на Ана Бачева, на Каяне и на всички други, които допринасят за изграждането на дигитални, артистични, културни мостове между нашите две държави.
Успех и bonne soirée et bon festival.
Успех, хубава вечер.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I love the part with that we create imaginary worlds that we live in and live through. Now, before we get to the actual gaming part, which I see that you're quite keen on RoboQuest, I'd like to invite, and it's a real honor for me, I've always thought that video games are much more than just entertainment. They're a great economical product, a digital tool, and entertainment tool, but of course, a cultural product. And it's an honor to me to invite the Minister of Culture, Mr. Naiden Todorov. Please welcome.
Hello, thank you very much. Since I am Minister of Culture, this is the very first time that someone invites me to play a game. Usually they invite me to solve problems or to create problems, but not to play games. So I have to say, in the very past, I used to play computer games, especially. And I remember in my student times that there were times that I forgot to go to exams because of games. But unfortunately, those times are over, and I'm playing another game now, live game. It's not shooter. Thanks God. I don't understand why you invite the ambassador and me to play games with you. I don't understand. I mean, he's a politician. Being minister, I'm a politician too. I get the idea you maybe want to smash a politician. So this is really a great industry, the gaming industry. It's not just about economic. It's about type of culture, of course, and type of new way of communication between people. And I have to say, with my daughter, there were some difficult times when she was younger. And the way I got back to her was playing games together. So they weren't shooters. I can imagine what she would have done. If it was shooters, it was adventure games. But still, the games are a very interesting way to bring people together in a totally different way. And as a musician, I love also the music of the computer games. And we are doing also quite often concerts with music of computer games. At the very beginning, I was thinking, who's going to go to a concert with music of computer game or video games? I mean, those people, they just like to sit alone in the front of the computer playing, and you know. Well, I was wrong. I was very wrong. There is a huge society that like not just the games, but also the music of the games. And there's one more thing about me. I'm a huge fan of Star Wars. And being a fan of Star Wars, I try all the games that are connected with Star Wars. And to say how important the music in the games is, some of the games weren't that good. I still play them because of the music. It gave me the feeling being part of Star Wars. I see now the shooter. I'm already a little bit anxious. So, you know, I'm Minister of Culture. It is part of the culture how you react when you lose. I would try to be cultural Minister of Culture. Thank you.
See that? No rage quits from our minister. We chose the game that His Excellency prepared, Winter Break. But I need to take the blame here that we are not technically ready, and I want to say I'm sorry to Milen and to you that we had to change the game. But luckily, we have plenty of good alternatives, and this time the alternative comes from the same developer, RyseUp Studios, based in Lyon, in France. I met Milen online a few years back, but I met him in person just a few months back. And I had this amazing opportunity to spend, I don't know, like 3 hours. So we met, he agreed that he would participate at an event. And then we met, we had a cup of coffee, and then he started telling me his story in the context of the upcoming event that we would have together. And it was an amazing day. As an entrepreneur myself, I was super motivated to get back to work in the coming weeks. And he is doing amazing stuff and amazing games. So please welcome Milen Ivanov.
Hi.
Thank you very much, everyone, for coming here tonight. It's such an honor to be in the presence of the ambassador and the Minister of Culture. I never imagined in my life that I will say that one day, especially dreaming of making games in my life. And now I'm here in the French Institute after being in the French lycée, high school in Burgas, my home city, dreaming about making games and then having made a game in Lyon, in France, and be able to share that with you guests of this event. Yeah, it's an amazing experience for me personally. I was also not going to school from time to time just to play games. But yeah, tonight I'm here to play a game with you. So I would like to tell a short story about my life, just a quick one. So I am now 40 years old and I spent the last 20 years in France. So for me, France is my first, second, I don't know now, country. Mexico, yes, exactly. The same. So yeah, for me it's it's an amazing life experience. You mentioned that you played games. I played a lot of games, and now we are playing the game of life. I play the game of life by making games, so that's my game. I wanted to be an artist, I wanted to be a designer, and I wanted to make games. And I had to learn a lot of things. I started with a dream to make one game. I think there are many people from the industry here also who know what it is. You start and you have to learn a lot of things. For me, it was learning about design, about economics, about business, about development, about... Everyone wants to make a game from our industry, but how do you find the money for this game? That's also a very important question. So I had to also work with the French state, with the French banks, with international partners. And I found myself in another game. I learned a lot, and I still feel that I'm this kid who wants to spend quality time with my friends and play games. I have also some very good friends here in the public, and with whom I still play games, and people that are coming from my hometown of Burgas, and we kept connection with them by playing games online, and we had great experiences, and yeah, I really love this art form, and I think that we can do more for the industry in Bulgaria, particularly for the independent companies. So yeah, we will have a chat about that. So this game that I'm going to present, it's called RoboQuest. We have worked on the game for the last 8 years, so it's a lot of time. I assembled a team of very talented French developers. I was also teaching in France, so I found no, just a second. So I found the best students in the schools in France, and I started the company like that. I'm amazed by the French touch, the French craft, and I think that the two countries can learn from each other a lot. And for me, this cultural bridge is super important for both countries, because me personally, I lived it, and I think that there is a lot of value in making bridges like those ones. So thank you very much for coming here. And so now we'll be playing a game, and I will tell you a little bit about the game. So first of all, a bit of backstory. So we wanted to make a game that has a bit of action. So the game is very action-packed. But we also wanted to be careful with the images that we project on the screen. We as developers, we also have responsibility about what we are showing on the screen. So we wanted to make a very action-packed game, but we chose to not have any gore or blood on the screen. So we are going to smash some robots, and some parts are going to fly around. So the game was released 1 year ago, and it was a big success. We signed a deal with very big companies, Microsoft also. We won some awards, and it's playable by one person or two persons, so you will be playing together. I heard that you played Unreal Tournament, so we have also a weapon that is inspired from Unreal.
You can use your
Okay.
headset now and you can see them in.
Okay. Sorry. Can you hear me? Yes. Okay. Can you play the trailer, please? Yeah. Do you have sound? So this is the beginning of the game. So it's an introduction. The game starts. We developed a character that's called Max, and she's a human that lives in the future, and she has this sci-fi van that she is repairing, and she's looking for parts in the desert. In the game, we are talking about artificial intelligence and also problems with the environment, global warming, and we are talking about the mix, and also we're talking about artificial intelligence and also robotics and the balance between technology and humans. So this girl, she finds this robot, and together they are going to go on an adventure, and both of you, you'll be playing two robots, and you will be smashing some robots just for fun. But we have a deep story in the game that you'll be able to discover if you try the game.
And I'm fairly certain we can have 2 more people trying out the game if they want.
Vous avez déjà joué? Alors, vous, c'est bon. Вие са добре, нали, с това правите, с това скачате. Значи, сега. Everyone says, so this is a first-person shooter. It's not the most easy, it's not the easiest game to start playing games, so our honorary guest, it's his first time, so I'll have to explain him how to handle the keyboard and how to... So
You shouldn't say it.
I will not say it, so forget about what I said. So, but people say that it's one of the best games to learn this kind of games. So let's see if that's true or not. Yes. So, ça c'est le déplacement. Voilà, ça c'est le déplacement de base. Mettez la main ici. Voilà. Donc le doigt du milieu, on le met sur le W. Voilà. Et là, c'est celui-là, c'est sur le D. Voilà. Ça c'est droite, gauche. C'est avant. Et reculer. C'est S. Voilà. Ça c'est les 4 boutons, et avec les 3 doigts, vous faites ça.
Avec quoi je tire?
Plus gauche. Voilà. Et là, vous pouvez sauter.
Ah, d'accord. Très bien.
One more seat available. Anyone else? Come on in. RoboQuest.
Vous donnez le feu vert? Comment ça marche?
C'est monsieur qui va lancer. Il y a... Ah. Окей. Сега. Значи ето тук започва. Ето тук отивате. So, let's look at them.
Макс не трябва да я убивам, разбирам.
Да, съм пред малко, завъртете се обратно и сега приближите с Е, задържате и започвате. Сега, maintenant c'est à vous, il faut aller à gauche, un peu à gauche, vous pouvez tourner aussi comme ça, hop, ici, à droite là. Et là vous maintenez sur E, pour commencer la partie, започвате. Ok, donc vous êtes prêts maintenant, tous les deux? Oh, sorry, in French, in English. Okay, so now you're ready, both of you, and you need to press the button. So, okay, so that's Max. You can see also your body, it's here, and you also have a chest on the right where you can choose.
Sorry, my body. What can I choose?
Your body, yeah. With E, you can open the chest and you'll see some weapons, and you can choose one. Just малко назад. Okay, cool. You can also go to the chest here.
Yeah.
Forward with W.
Okay, I can see here.
Okay.
So this is enemy. This is not a friend.
No, this is not a. No, that's not an enemy.
Okay.
That's a chest.
Too late. Never mind.
Пуснете играта тук. Okay, so you press E, and that's a very standard button in games. E, and you open stuff. Okay, and you have two weapons, and you can choose one. Just yeah, that's very good. Yeah.
Well, I am her. Yeah.
Okay, so now you should find the door. There's a door, and there are green lights on top of the door. If you find the door, you can start the game. Okay, it's this one exactly. And both of you should press E on the door, and the action will start. Be careful because there are some robots inside. Okay, go inside.
No, sorry.
Non, c'est avec le W, ne vous inquiétez pas. Ok. Et là, vous tirez sur tout ce que vous voyez.
Vous pouvez rire, Edouard. On verra en réunion de
Okay.
service.
So the green balls on the top, on the ground, those are experience points, and if you gather enough experience points, you'll be able to level up your character. Okay. Продължайте напред. You can move. Продължавам. Да. My French colleagues, they say all the time when they hear me talk on the phone, добре. Кебабче, как си? Yes. Don't shoot at each other. You no.
I think I am fired. I will leave Bulgaria tomorrow morning.
So, okay, a little bit of peace. So you can see the map here with tab. Okay. Map is important. Okay, just you can follow the road. Okay. Скачайте. Двоен скок. Okay. Now you have to do a double jump. Double jump is 2 times. Yes, space bar. Moving forward. Yeah, move forward and then jump. Wow, that's amazing. Okay, you can continue. He's shooting. Да, продължайте.
I think you killed all the enemies, Mr. Minister.
Yeah, the Minister of Culture, he's killing all the enemies.
Yeah.
So the ambassador is in a walking simulator. So he's learning how to walk. Now learn to jump. Yes, jump. Jump and go forward. Yes, W. Yes. Very nice stretch of the fingers.
I let the minister first. I'm very polite.
Okay. I think we have a very good choice for a Minister of Culture.
Yeah.
I know for who I will vote next time. Very good. Follow the minister.
I am in front of the minister. Ahead.
Don't.
Ah.
Yeah. Go.
Okay.
Move forward. Yeah. Sorry. You're right.
No,
You killed one. Very good.
Merci.
So in this area, you cleared the first area of the game. Now you go inside, and that's what we call a safe zone. You can just relax a little bit, heal your character. That's a very traditional sign in video games. The green cross. It means that you can heal your character. By the way, we had a boss that had a red cross, and we had big problems with the Red Cross. The international agency. They sent us a letter that we had to change the design of one of the bosses. And they also asked for some money, but that's another story. Then you have to, use lawyers. So, Mr. President, sorry, maybe later.
Yeah.
Not yet.
Thank you very much for the omen. Yeah. Waiting for your robot.
Yes. Bro, yeah, you can, oh yeah, you can choose a new. So those are upgrades that you can choose in the game. Tempo shot, improved critical.
Yeah, let's take this one.
Yes, let's take this one. Very good choice.
So I can go in?
Yeah, you can go in with your robot. Okay. Sit down. Okay. Okay, go inside. Yeah, sure. I think I'm sure. W. Avec le doigt de milieu, c'est W. C'est très bien ce que vous faites.
Merci pour vos encouragements.
Okay, so don't look at the wall.
Ah, so this one is
Yeah, you can use also the mouse to turn around. Okay, it's almost over, I promise.
Ça c'est gentil ou pas gentil?
Ça
Trop
c'est
tard.
trop tard. It's dead, yes. It takes you the time to look, he already killed everybody. And yes,
Yeah.
they're killed.
It's not fair. Anyway,
Very good, it was a good job.
let's just go.
But he will revive you because
Ah, okay.
he's your friend.
Not now. Not anymore.
So that's the first part of the game. It's in the canyons, but after that you go into a futuristic city. You even go to the moon, and yeah. But for now it's okay. Let's stay in the canyons. That's a door. You can turn around also.
Okay.
Yeah. So,
Ouais.
essayez de tourner avec le. Je vais juste vous changer comme ça là. Voilà.
Ah oui.
Et vous pouvez soulever la
Ouais,
souris et faites.
Il y a un chemin là.
Il y a un chemin à droite
Ah oui,
maintenant,
d'accord.
voilà. Essayez de naviguer avec la... Try to navigate also with the mouse a little
Ah,
bit.
okay.
Live coaching the ambassador of France, live, how to play first-person shooter games in the French Institute in Sofia. I will write that in my CV, on my CV. Yes, that's a cactus, that's a
Ah,
plant.
thanks. It's
Yes,
I'm ready to...
to shoot. The ambassador is
Then I
ready to
think-
shoot at everything.
I shoot first and then I think.
Yes. So he will try to revive you again. That's your buddy.
I recognize the minister, yes.
Yes. The minister is handling pretty well. Yes, they're shooting at you. Come on, come on. Oh. You're dying, yeah.
No, no.
Try. He has one HP, 1 point of life. So the minister is giving everything that he has, literally. Oh, he's cheating a bit.
No, he's fighting every day in politics, so this is another fight.
Yes. Oh wow. Oh. Ah. I think someone put a cheat code. No, you can revive him. Okay.
Bravo.
Thank you guys. Bien joué.
Bon, merci pour les conseils, mais il n'y avait pas besoin. Няма нужда.
Нямаше нужда да. I did my best, but yeah. Много добре. Merci пак.
I think a lot of things have been said this evening that should not be taken out of context. It could be very dangerous. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I saw that you had fun. Thank you for opening the 5th edition of the Digital November. And I'm super happy that we actually, as Milen said, we ticked this on the to-do list. We have it.
I will kill you.
I guess I deserve.
Yes.
Once again, thank you. And we would be moving on with the program, correct, Blaga? Yes, we have 3 discussion panels. The first one, I would be hosting it, and I would have 3 guests in it. And maybe we can see my presentation on the screen in just a second. Yeah. Let me figure out which mic. Okay, I'll be using this mic for the time being. Yeah, it's video games. Au revoir. Thank you. Yeah, just wanted to be done with the first part. We have 3 presentations and 3 discussion panels this evening. First one is focused on the games and studios that are either French or Bulgarian or have something in common, and they're making games. And for a little bit different approach, I decided that I would make a short opening presentation, and then I would invite my guests one by one. I wanted to give a little bit of context first. All right, how many of you have seen this chart? Okay, I think a lot more should see it. And I hope you can see it. That's actually 50% of my life is is on this chart. And I think a lot of people can agree with that. It's 50 years of video games by Visual Capitalist. It's a bunch of guys and girls that make stories in one infographic. I don't know if you've ever tried to make an infographic, but it's incredibly difficult to make one. It's a couple of different layers that you need to take into account. Basically, my life starts around 82. And video games have played a crucial role in my life. And not only this is my individual story, but this, to a very large extent, is the story of the world as we know it nowadays. Because video games have played a significant role, not only in the cultural context, but also in business models, in advancement in technology, and many other directions. And some people find it very daring for me to say, but I think that if you don't have a clue about the video game industry or culture, you basically cannot fully understand the contemporary world you live in. And yeah, this chart tells a lot about the things that have happened in the past years, but I'm not going to spend too much time on it because we have another one. This is basically my story. I realized that I did not introduce myself at the very beginning. I was really nervous. I didn't know if I could make it today, and come on, having the ambassador of France and the Minister of Culture playing video games, it's something that literally happened for the first time in Bulgaria. So yeah, video games my whole life. Been doing a lot of things, events, and that's why we have the honor and privilege to partner with the French Institute to co-organize this event, which would hopefully be first of many if Milen doesn't kill me before that. So, yeah, as our distinguished guest here, I also had a hard time checking in all the classes in school because I played video games. And I turned it into a profession. I played competitively and professionally, pretty much like Kayane, although she started much earlier than I did. And in different games, I played StarCraft and Warcraft 3. And then I moved to an organizational side, and I've been organizing video game tournaments for my whole life. And the third discussion panel today is actually about esports, which is great because it's not often that you actually get the chance to talk about esports in Bulgaria on a proper level, and we have that. And fast forward to, I've been working in Bulgaria, doing stuff with video games. Then I moved to Germany, where I was part of the team of ESL. ESL in the context of esports is what, I don't know, Formula One is in the context of automotive racing. A very impactful company that pretty much pioneered not as a game publisher, as a tournament organizer, the world of competitive video games, where I was in charge of the activities in Southeast Europe. Then I moved back to Bulgaria, and nowadays we're doing two things. That's our company. We do stuff with video games. We don't do video games, but we do various stuff with video games. And then this initiative is something that we kicked off 3 years ago. It's called Good Game, and once a year we fundraise for stuff through video games. In the context of video games, we fundraise for better access, let's say, to education. This year we partnered with Arc Academy here and Tuktam, and we managed to make a scholarship fund of roughly 18,000 BGN or even more. And we're not going to stop here. And just to kick off the upcoming discussion, this is a very basic timeline of some stuff that, because it's Bulgarian-France, right, it's difficult to really put into the proper context this conversation. So I decided to put a small, simple timeline of what happened. So Ubisoft was founded, I did not know actually up until today, that they were founded in '86, Ubisoft. Then Tsar, the first, then Arcane Studios, of which Milen actually taught me a lot about because he had the chance to work with them in France. Then Tsar was released, the first critically acclaimed or successful PC game in Bulgaria. Then 2004, Gameloft opened up shop in Sofia. I actually worked there for 1 week in Toto, in their first office. Back in the time of Nokia 3310, and I think the vast majority of the business of Gameloft was actually porting the games from one device to another. Then Ubisoft opened shop in Sofia, now almost 20 years ago as well. We had a first release of Assassin's Creed not that long ago, although it feels like Assassin's Creed's been around for ages and forever. Then we have Tropico 3 release, which is a game developed again by Hemimont, one of the more successful games that's come out of Bulgaria. Then we have, again, relating to Arcane, we have Dishonored from France. Then we have the exit for Imperia Online, arguably the first, and to date, maybe the only full video games exit happening in Bulgaria, but still being represented here today and in the upcoming discussion panel. And then 2023 is actually the year that I think saw the best success of indie games coming out from Bulgaria. Although there's a lot can be said about what an indie company is and what an indie game is. But we've seen That Must Die, a very successful game coming out from literally 3 guys in Plovdiv. And we saw RoboQuest coming out in actually earlier than 2023. 2020, but the full release 2023, right? Yes. Yeah, so this was the timeline that I wanted to introduce, and the first guest I want to invite, you've already seen him, the guy that wants to kill me, and I think I'm safe while I'm on camera. Please join me, and we can go over there.
Hello. Yeah.
Yeah. I think we're good. Thanks for being here and thanks for being with us. I have a lot of questions to you, but before I dive to them, actually because we're also running a little bit short on time, I'd like to invite the other 2 guests to join us. That's Adrien Bacchi from Chibi Phoenix. Please welcome on stage. And Dimo from Gameloft. Bonsoir. Please, gents, take your mics. You need to turn it on. Adrien, there is one for you as well. Yeah. So, a lot of angles that we can look at, and I guess the first question that came to my mind, I think we have everyone except for Ubisoft represented here, from the companies that operate in Bulgaria that have relation with France, correct?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
They're the only one missing.
Yeah, partly my fault again. Invited them a little bit too late. So, when you look at Bulgaria and when you look at France, there are, I think, more differences than similarities when it comes to the gaming business. And I would like to start by asking Adrien, who is not only famous with his blue beard, which is his personal brand, and I think how many flight dates or how many event dates did you have this year alone to games conventions and game-related events?
You mean traveling and...
Attending game events.
Way too many.
Way too many.
I think an average one every 2 months. So we restarted, I think it started with London, ICE, then Portugal, then GDC San Francisco in March, then yeah, plenty of others, Cologne, Tokyo.
Okay, and how active? What I'm curious mostly about this evening's conversation is I want to dive into the differences and similarities and the opportunities that France and Bulgaria have. Because we have the context, we have the access obviously, we have the people, we have the knowledge, and living and working in Bulgaria, I understand to a very good extent the Bulgarian part, but not that much the French part. So my question, the first one would be, what are, let's again to you, Adrien, what would you outline is the biggest difference between the Bulgarian and the French market from the development perspective, not from consumer, because obviously as a consumer market, Bulgaria is practically non-existent for any game development company to really function?
I mean, it's a tough conversation because I've been an entrepreneur now for 18 years, 16 years in Bulgaria, and I've mostly operated in Bulgaria. So I'm actually fascinated by the fact that you have been operating mostly in France.
And I'm fascinated that you've been operating in Bulgaria.
So we've done, you know, we've done the reverse split.
Yeah, I need a red beard.
You could. But I would say the differences, from what I understand, the main advantage to be in Bulgaria as a video game studio is that there's not a lot of game studios. So we automatically stand out. Because in France we have a lot of game studios, so I guess that when you're going to look for talents, there's not going to be, I mean, you will have to compete. And in Bulgaria, there's the entertainment industry, the culture industry is still developing. And if you're talented, you don't have that many options. And I think it's a great opportunity for our studios to work with super talented people. I think in France we'll be a lot more competitive, so that's what I see. I see in general that in Bulgaria people are excellent for everything engineering. I mean, it's really, sorry if there are artists here, sorry, but Bulgarian people are excellent with engineering and everything that is connected to this. I mean, much better than most French people, I think. So that would be the number one differentiator.
Okay, thank you very much. Milen, before I hear your answer, I want to ask Dimo first. Dimo and I share a common passion, Warcraft 3, since a long time ago.
Yeah,
and
you practically ended my career.
Yeah. So, you've grown your professional career in Bulgaria as a video game producer, or in a broader sense, producer. But you are an active content creator on YouTube. with the mostly on Brawl Stars and Clash Royale before that.
Yeah, exactly.
So you know the perspective, and you played competitive, so you have the understanding of competitive gaming, you have the understanding of content creation, also working with creator programs for publishers, such as Supercell. You work in a Bulgarian company for quite a while now, but now on a global role as a VP of live games, and you certainly interact with all other offices. So I imagine you have a quite nuanced view on the different studios of Gameloft and the different specificities. So, like, where does Bulgaria stand out? If yes, on what? And what would you say would be our, I don't know, competitive advantage or an opportunity?
First of all, to answer shortly, yes, absolutely, Bulgaria stands out, especially in the context of Gameloft. The Sofia studio has established itself as the most experienced live operation studio. So essentially, this is a studio which is working mostly on live games, on live services games, and it is known for the fact that it could keep a game alive and relevant on the market for nowadays more than 10 years. And our ambition goes beyond that. Right now, that's a trend for the whole industry. When you're producing, when you're developing a game, you're not just looking towards, I'm going to ship this game and that's it. You are taking a look from the perspective of future and how it would look in 5, 10, 15 years. And that's something which has been recently developed in our studio. And nowadays, we're taking more and more games. And I do believe that, getting back to your previous comment about my past of a content creator and also a competitive gamer, we have a lot of gamers, passionate gamers here in Bulgaria, and it also puts us in the unique position that we can drive those people into the industry. And as Adrien mentioned, it's way easier than it would have been in France, just because there are only a few big studios. And this puts us in this unique perspective of knowing how to develop games, both from a financial perspective and as gamers.
All right. I've recently heard an accusation of an indie developer and senior professional that the studios put golden shackles on the professionals in Bulgaria, the larger ones, because they offer them good professional opportunities. And those that have matured in the studios are, let's say, less inclined to start spinning off something on their own. Yeah, I don't know if this blame is properly attributed. Milen?
Yeah, sorry, I was looking at those guys who are playing our game, and they're pretty good, by the way. They're just moving through the levels, so that's nice.
All right. Now you grew up in Bulgaria. You moved to France. You built your professional career there. You had the opportunities to experience a few different companies and environments. And now, after you successfully published your third game with RoboQuest, you kind of flew back to Bulgaria, partnered up with Arc Academy to continue something that you did for quite a while in France, actually. First learning, but then teaching. So you work with students, you worked with students in France, you work with your team in France in the company, and you work with students here. And now more and more you get to know the developers and local scene. And I think you should be quite adept at being able to measure the similarities and differences. What strikes you the most? Like, what are these things that stand out?
Couple of things. I think something that I mentioned very often is the game design aspect of games. We have, I agree with you, we have very high technicians here, people with very high technical knowledge. We also have great artists who need to be guided in precisely what is game art, environment art, concept art, and what exactly is making art for games. But we have a strong foundation, artistic foundation in Bulgaria. But those people, they need to be guided. So After I saw that there was the first school for game design and game art in Bulgaria, I was, you know, surprised, and I was very happy about that. So programmers, that's done. You know, it's okay. Game designers, I think this is the piece today that's a bit lacking in Bulgaria for me when I see the level of game design. You know, general understanding about what game design is. There are many schools in France, and people are playing for a very, very long time on diverse games, not only video games, but also board games, card games. In Bulgaria, our recent history, we played Belot, some basic games, and that's how we grew up. Then we started to play PC games, and a lot of the aspects of the games.
But something that you might have missed in Bulgaria, actually, board games were not a thing in Bulgaria up until 10 to 12 years ago. So, like, Catan, for instance, was something that only the ultra geeky nerds knew, literally 10 years ago.
It was niche, ultra niche. Yeah. But now I see board game clubs, and that's super nice. And that's recent. And in Western Europe, that exists for many years.
Yeah.
So people are more familiar with how to make a game and how to make a game to be fun. So I think that's very important.
We had...
I don't know if you agree, guys, but maybe you have more experience from...
No, I absolutely agree. I was just thinking about the board games and how they evolved, and indeed, even 10 years ago, they were not really a thing here. Right now, we have all these clubs, and we have way more diverse view of what games means to us. And yeah, I do believe that this is also another way to express ourselves and try somehow to implement certain mechanics or visions from board games into our video games.
Yep.
I would say in general, Bulgaria has been experiencing a very fast cultural revolution around entertainment at large. I've been 16 years here. When I arrived, yes, board games, they were... I mean, I was living in Belgium before, and before that in Paris. And my first shock was that I was used to go to concerts every evening. You're in Paris, you have concerts even for free, everywhere. And art galleries, museums. Really, the entertainment industry is huge. You're never bored. And I arrived here and I saw no concerts. That was 2008. And very few bars, very few restaurants. And now forward 2024, there's tons of restaurants, tons of bars, yoga in the parks, vegan, crafty, quinoa restaurants and board games and whatever that is about the entertainment industry. And it's super impressive, super impressive. I was discussing with a French friend that is a bartender in Paris, that is French and Bulgarian, so he was exploring Bulgaria to reconnect with his roots. And he told me that he was super impressed that the bars were so active all the time. That even in Paris, people don't go out so much because it's expensive, because after a certain time you have to go home. And things here are extremely active. So it's brilliant, it's beautiful.
We have a drink afterwards, after the third presentation on the topic of bars. So right after we are done, we can experience one relatively newly opened bar in Sofia. Long time ago at one conference that we were organizing, Julian Golub, a Brit living in Bulgaria, actually a very famous game designer, he practically kickstarted the XCOM franchise, UFO Enemy Unknown, and many games after it. He gave a presentation on how to get into the gaming industry. I will not forget this presentation. And basically what he said is, a good game designer needs a pen and paper, and that's it. And then he went on additionally to give Warcraft 3, the map editor, as an example, as a powerful tool, which basically kickstarted Dota, which then kickstarted the MOBA genre altogether, was a product of a map editor. And just to the topic of game design, because I think it's very logical, Milen, what you're saying, that we just don't have like this, how to call it, this Florence that France is in a way, you know, with so many activities. But also the, the board game festivals, they have indie competitions. They have like competitions for board games. And more newly built board games are coming up. We have, I think, in total of 4 or 5 game jams happening annually in Bulgaria. And with Good Game next year, we intend to build something that's related to grassroots activities, precisely related to game design and to activities.
Yeah, I'm not very familiar. I'm coming in Bulgaria like 10 times a year, but for a few days. And I see board games and people are starting to play like more and more things. And I agree, by the way, with for the bars and everything you mentioned about concerts. And they're like concerts all the time, every day. Like you can go in the middle of the week and the bars are full. So that's cool. But yeah, in France, you know, this long history of those activities, they sunk in, you know, in people.
Yeah, it's maybe 20 years from now, we would be able to say similar things about Bulgaria, but like these conversations are great. I mean, like they're fun, but what I really love these conversations to become about is to come up with actionable things out of them. And we've had a precedent, basically. We had the Minister of Culture in Bulgaria and the French ambassador playing video games. So I really want to drive it to the direction of what is it that we can actually do to increase the odds to, let's say, improve the environment in Bulgaria. And Milensky, it's like I want to start from you, working in France. Informally, we had a chat about the different programs, funding opportunities, and so on. So what are those things that you think are actionable and are possible to be made in a few years? So not like abstract things that could happen in tens of years.
Like here in Bulgaria?
Yeah. What are the good practices from France that we could have here in Bulgaria?
It's all about the money, first of all. Sorry to say that, but we need more support from Bulgarian studios.
Sorry to interrupt you here. You say it's all about the money, but Bulgaria, in the context of Southeast Europe up until recently, has been leading the venture capital initiatives in terms of volume, in terms of investments. And they have struggled to really find the right angle to invest in game companies because there is a huge gap between the venture capital and understanding a video game business.
Yeah, there are a lot of VCs, but not a lot of them will invest in gaming studios in Bulgaria.
Practically almost none.
No. I have been talking with some of them. But yeah, I think first of all we need to help the rising studios, like people who are like 2, 5, 6 to 10 people and who want to make a prototype, have some state funds so they can support them, you know, to build a prototype, to build a demo. We can also start by, I think, be more organized between all the different studios and help the young developers. That's something that we do also in France. I have been involved in French associations where we help young students who finish school, they present their projects and basically we support them. Like it's like, it's an incubator. So having some kinds of incubator with funds that are dedicated for this incubator.
How much money and how large grants in Bulgaria would you say?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, in global, I don't know how much, but per project, I can tell you what's happening in France. So in France, we have different steps. The first step is, hey, I have a prototype, I'm nobody. You can take 100,000 euros. After that, you can have...
50, like $500,000?
No, 100 euro, not 500,000.
1,500?
50. 50.
All right, sorry.
That's
now I got it.
Yeah. So that's a lot and not a lot of money. It depends on the scale of the project. When you start, that's completely enough not to only eat spaghetti. You can also put some ketchup and make something, you know, and just be comfortable, relax in your creativity and start doing something. After that, you know, there's much more money that is coming from the French state You have the CNC, you get grants up to 200,000 euros per project. And then you have the French bank, which is BPI, Banque Publique d'Investissement. And those are European funds that are directly going through France and then into gaming companies. And that we don't have in Bulgaria.
So basically, financial infrastructure for projects to be able to manifest.
Yes, and
Right.
we need also quality people who will be able to judge those projects, select them, and defend them.
Which
So-
we have, at least on the tech side. Jokingly, I think they're quite...
So yeah, there are some things to be done, but I think that someone needs to carry, the folder in front of the ministry and say, you can do some, good
I don't
business
think
with that.
this is an individual task. I think it's a collective task.
Yeah, it is collective, but you need to put a face.
Sure, sure. And I hope that's coming up. Adrien, like 16 years in Bulgaria with Chibi Phoneix, and you said that you said what you see are the advantages of Bulgaria, and obviously you're still here. What would you say what is lacking? You said what's good, but like what would you want to see?
I'm sorry, I disagree. It's not about the money. Of course, it will always be about the money, but do we still have a Ministry of Culture here?
We still have a ministry, but the minister, I think, it's not with us anymore.
The thing is that if you, what you've been describing is amazing. The part of in France you have this ecosystem of financial support that is a partnership between the public system and the private system. It's unique. So you have this BPI that's just one of the biggest investors in Europe, and that is always co-investing with private investors, and that can be a huge boost. But the thing is that if you receive 20 million euro here in Bulgaria to develop your business, what are you going to do with it? You don't have the talent. People are missing. So what we would need from the government would be better schools, like proper universities, high-level universities, better teachers, better infrastructure, keeping the talents so that people don't leave, having the Bulgarians that are abroad to come back, and maybe have people from foreign countries that could come. Because as a company, we have a bit more than 60 people. Having people from outside the EU coming to Bulgaria and to work, even if we can give them a working contract for engineers well paid, is a nightmare. And everybody will say that. So everybody that tries to work with people from wherever outside the EU is super hard. And this has to change, because if you want to reverse the demographics and to have if people suddenly make a lot more babies, you still need 25 years before people can work in your company.
You're touching on the much larger topic, which is kind of looming behind everything that's happening in Bulgaria.
I mean, the thing is that Bulgaria, for sure, could benefit from tax incentives for the video game industry, because right now it's not very competitive. But even if we get more money, you will still have to hire people, have a lot of freelancers, have a lot of people from outside here. So better universities, better teachers, more teachers.
Right. So basically, sorry.
I agree with you. I agree with me also. But I agree I've been teaching the past 15 years, and now I teach also in Bulgaria. I agree. But I was also talking about people who want to start their own companies, not to hire, but also people who, they go out of school, or people who left some companies and they want to start their companies with a very little budget, just to give them this primary basic incentive so that they can create original Bulgarian IPs.
Which also cultivates talent, basically, in a different way, in a non-formal education type of way. It cultivates talent, the entrepreneurial journey. So we have financial infrastructure by Milen, talent from Adrien, if I could summarize it like this. Dimo, would you lean towards either, or a new thing from your perspective? What is it that we can do better?
Towards the talent problem that we have in Bulgaria, but from a different point of view. from our perspective as a video game creators, we also have these duties towards being ambassadors of what the gaming industry represents, how you can enter the gaming industry. We know that right now the industry is extremely colorful. In a regular game team, you have more than 30 different positions, which varies from the classical art, design, engineering, but then you have marketing, monetization, and pretty much we can get talents from every single school or university in the country. But it is our job to explain them what they can do in the gaming industry. Right now, I just have an example of a recent product manager we heard. He's a PhD in physics and apparently a very smart guy. But he had no idea that he could be making games. And for less than 2 months, he's practically the best product manager we have in the company. But it's up to us.
What made him the best?
Sorry?
What made him the best?
What made him the best is the hard skills he got from his previous jobs, and he was an experimental of physics, and he's also very data-driven, and our industry is data-driven. So we have people from different spheres who could very easily be absorbed by the industry. And well, unfortunately, in most cases, it happens through the big studios. So for an indie studio, it would be way harder to get a very specific position like this because you have to play with what you got. But then these are the guys who could create the small studios, who can drive the creation process, the creative process in the country, and made our own IPs. So in short, it's our responsibility to explain to the larger public how people can get into the gaming industry and why this industry is actually a thing.
Yeah, and actually scale a little bit. You two gents and the audience probably does not know that, or maybe some of you do, but what Dimo was doing as a content creator, he was also scouting for talent, basically. Because with a live operation games, you need to think of a community, that you need to interact with this community for the live product. And basically, he's organizing this online Brawl Stars tournament. But then always a few better players than the others show up. That maybe some people were more consistent than others. So that's how he acquired. Like, how many people in your team? Like 2 or 3?
I think already 4.
4 people.
We're trying to have a program with the most talented members of the esports community each year, and we educate them in game design, in monetization, and we're trying to filter out a few guys that could make it up to the industry. So typically we have at the beginning, about 40 to 50 candidates, then 10 of them are finishing the whole course, and we hire 3, and 1 is standing forever.
I'm probably living a little bit in the future because talented-wise in France, it's completely different thing. But we have so many games schools, game design schools, and there are so many companies, but the schools are so many because it became a business model now to make game schools, to take children's money and to promise them a job. But there are not so many, opportunities also for so many schools. It's a very competitive business. And for many years, every time my heart is, a bit, shattered when I see someone that knocks on the door or sends me a CV, and I see myself like years before dreaming about getting, into the industry with his CV coming to me, and I know how competitive it is and how many students they want to find a job, and I see his portfolio, it's not good enough, and I have to guide him. And so this right balance, that's why I say that maybe I'm in the future, because we have so many schools and so many people that want to find job, and even though we have a lot of companies, here, yes, it's the opposite, but this balance needs to be also found. If not, we'll have the situation in France, which schools are very big business and not enough opportunities for students who are coming out of school. So, yeah.
Okay, so like talent and money, basically. Talent and money, and I think some good practices here at hand. I would take it as my duty to follow up with you or to make this more actionable and to carve out concrete possible next steps on this stuff, because for me it has become sort of a life calling, and I've been doing this my whole life anyway, and I've had so many conversations, and same as with politics, I'm super disinterested in conversations that do not get you anywhere. You know, there needs to be, from my perspective, there needs to be a next step.
Yeah, words should be supported with action.
Yeah, and I think we have a good shot here. We have around 10 minutes, so I'm not so confident I have the best questions in the room anymore. So if any one of you has questions, please, now would be the time to let us know. Just raise your hand. Can we get a mic to the gentleman, please? Jordi, do we have an extra mic, or? Okay.
So it's not a question, it's more of observation. I know a lot of guys who are making games, who are trying to make games, and they do it in their free time. So it's not about money, let's say. They have the talent, but it's more about management qualities, you know. Because these guys, they gather around, they start making games, and in 6 to 12 months, they just lose interest in each other, you know. And there is not one person, one manager to keep them together, you know, till something is made, till something is finished, so they can go to the next stage. And you mentioned, just another thing, you mentioned European programs. We have the same here. You know, there is 200,000 euros for making a game anywhere in Europe, here as well. But again, there is no knowledge about this. There is no, yeah, I think it's all about actually community and people sticking together and informing each other and keeping together, each other together. And one last thing, I've been trying to talk to people with money about making a fund for games only for Bulgaria. And the first thing they say is, why only Bulgaria? And I say, because nobody else is doing it here. And the second thing is, they say is, we don't know anything about games. So we just need this, I mean, let's say I know the guys, but we need some kind of validation from guys like you who have proven experience, etc., to go and say, these games will make money. And also we will supervise these games, so we make sure that these games make money. I think that's all there is to it, you know, community and peers, and yeah, there is always money, you know, you just need to convince the guys with the money. Yeah. And regarding talent, I'm working with a lot of Bulgarians who are studying in one university in Holland, Hanze, and they want to make games, they want to be in Bulgaria, but they don't see the same opportunities as in other countries. So, yeah, that's it.
Who are you, by the way?
I'm Simeon Denev from Rolle Games. Right now we are making dog walking simulator on Steam. We can wish list it, please. We have over 1,000 wish lists.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Congrats, man.
Thanks.
That's cool. So yeah, we need people like you.
Yeah.
And you said the word, it's a community.
Yeah.
People, that's also what we have in France. We have so many communities and associations. We have the Paris Association, the Lyon Association, the Bordeaux Association, the National Association, associations of the associations. So there's like events all the time. I stopped going because I need also to sleep. But that's something that you have to do with people around you. Yeah. And the first Lyon Association started, I was one of the people who started this association. It was just every first Thursday, I gathered my friends from different companies and we went for a beer. And we were just exchanging tips about this and that. And then someone took it and then it became like, okay, something that's, you know, we do that every time. And I just put my hands off. Yeah, formalized, exactly. So talk to people, formalize that, and it can happen, definitely. Yeah. And you said you need someone to push the team to the next level. Yeah, sometimes people need, you know, a guide, a leader who can just, you know, open a window and they can see down in the future a bit more. But you're very right for many of the things you said.
And again, this can all be done by a publisher, roughly. You know, someone who just tells the guys, we'll give you money, we'll give you expertise, and we'll guide you till your product.
Yeah,
is
that's the
finished.
road of a publisher, yeah. To guide you.
Yeah.
Yeah, also. But I will not talk about publishers tonight.
Or at least, please go on.
I'd like to talk about something that I believe is very important for the future of the gaming industry in Bulgaria. That is an echo to what you were presenting in your introduction about the history of the successes. And I think that something that is extremely important is the role of success stories and mentors. And we have the presence of Imperia, that is one of the most beautiful success stories in the video game industry in Bulgaria, and I think we need more of that. For example, if you want to compare the video game industry in Bulgaria to the ones in Serbia, in Belgrade, the video game industry is extremely dynamic in Serbia. They have roughly the same size. I don't think that they are smarter. Let's say they are not. And they are very united with their association. And most of it started because they had one studio, Nordeus,
Yes.
that got extremely successful, I think, 10, 12 years ago. And that's been highly invested in the ecosystem, in nurturing it and pushing it. And we see in Bulgaria that the success of TELUS, a very big exit, more than 10 years ago, I think, they have been also very much contributing to the ecosystem. So I think we need more success stories like this, like you.
I think it's
And I think this
a
is
very
also-
accurate parallel, the Nordeus and TELUS, not TELUS, excuse me, but
Nordeus, TELUS, and Imperia.
yeah, go on.
Yeah, I agree with you. Second time. Companies, schools, and people from, maybe a little bit of politics also, politicians, but yeah, companies and schools and teachers and students, they have to be organized. But it very often starts with the companies. That's what happened also in Lyon. The first public university for video games is in Lyon. It's called Gamagora. It's where I studied. And it was created because the companies in Lyon, they organized and they said, we need more talent. And they pushed that on a higher level in Lyon. And the university Lyon 2, which is one of the biggest university in Lyon, they created the first public video game schools, which was, not expensive for the students, with amazing teachers. So yeah, it starts with companies, you're right.
I cannot agree more. I'm going to repeat myself. It's our responsibility to drive people into the industry, to probably push a little bit the politics into, well, at least being interested in investing in such projects, and give more force to the guys out there who want to make great games.
For the politics and the public side, I've been, what I wanted to say earlier, Adrien, was that the comparison between Nordeus in Serbia and Telerik, for what Telerik is in Bulgaria, it's very accurate what you're leaning, because Nordeus is the digital technological entrepreneur superstar that made a lot of money in Serbia, and then they poured back a lot of value to the local community. And I've been following the Serbian Games Association and the Romanian as well since their inception, basically. And I've seen the progress that they've had. And I think, of course, there is a little bit of funding, there is a little bit of opportunities, but I think what contributes more than anything is the platform for active dialogue that they have between them, because there is no such thing in Bulgaria. There is this initiative now. It happens for a few days, and then hopefully again next November. There is a few other events that are happening, the Game Jams, the Creative Bus, and Game Dev Day 2, which was last week. It was awesome. I think really good event. But like a constant platform of doers that are actually able and ready and focused to invest time and resources into moving the pieces. This does not exist in Bulgaria, and I don't see it coming up anytime soon. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I am.
Yeah, it should come sooner.
Sooner.
There's a few initiatives for associations that will gather not just the video game industry, but the whole entertainment and creative industry, because I believe this is what's making sense. This is what is making Hollywood, or the entertainment industry in, let's say, Tokyo or Berlin, Paris to a smaller extent, or London, that everything is organized together as the creative industry, because this is what makes sense. And this has to happen, more than just the video game industry, because it's too small, it's too narrow. But someone that does music can do music for the video game, but also for movies, for streaming platforms, for Spotify. This is all the same industry. This is what I want to see happening.
And just some finishing thoughts from Dimo, because we started eating up from the second panel coming up right after us.
It's in the light of what Adrien just said. There is this example from Quebec, Montreal, where they do have this association, and actually the state is investing heavily in all creative industries. There are a few things. First of all, they have very clear criteria what is a creative product. So they have 4 or 5 generic criteria with different steps. And if you are obviously counted as such a product, then you are getting this funding from the state. And I'm not sure about the numbers, but I think they are returning back close to 37.5% of the gross salaries of the employees to the company, provided that you are also making the product in French, etc., etc. But and we do have this also in Brisbane. We have it all over the world.
There are many places.
There are many places, and maybe the quote here is gaming industry is too small. But if we are working together,
it's a larger sector. All right, then. Just any final words, real quick, because we've eaten up a little bit of the time of the ladies coming up after us.
Well, thank you for the organization, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we want a 5-minute break, or shall we dive in right? 3 minutes. Right, so 3 minutes break and we continue with the next panel. Yes, Mariela Tsvetanova, nowadays the moderator of the next panel. Oops.
Thank you.
Welcome, Mary, and I'll leave the floor all to you.
Okay, thank you. Marto, here I am. Okay, I won't start with myself. Good evening, everyone, and thank you, TDB Play, for the invite. Actually, Martin was one of the first Bulgarian figures, big figures that I knew when I started in 2013. It was an organization like the first Bulgarian stand, let's say IO back then. He was organizing with 5 companies, and I was like really stressed to talk to him. I'm stressed to be a moderator after him right now, but yeah, he's like just so talented. But I will be speaking today for the Women in Digital Creativity and Gaming topic, because I'm also a Women in Gaming ambassador. And I really see that the digital creativity and gaming have become essential parts of our global culture and economy. And since we are here in the French Institute, I feel that the numbers that Martin showed earlier are really important to be like really highlighted. The gaming industry alone is valued at over $200 billion. And that's why digital art will be becoming more and more important. It is actually bigger than the movie industry. It is not something that can be hidden anymore, even in Bulgaria. We are a small country, but here we have, like you can see, our game society. And France has a long history. They're a leader, of course, in digital arts and game development. They have their really creative talents and their traditions. Bulgaria is just starting. Of course, we started as a hub, tech hub, and I really liked all these companies that were mentioned, not only ours, Imperia Online, but also all the companies that were like tell us. I understood what Adrien wanted to mention about tell us, because they're actually making customer support, but while there are people knowing so many languages here, like studying them in the universities, they use this knowledge after that while being customer support guys for games, but they also are starting to love games and to be involved in our community this way. So I believe that women bring different perspective to the gaming world. We are really creative. I'm not a feminist. I would love to mention that, because I won't be like dividing maybe some of the topics that Martin already mentioned. And okay, let's introduce myself. I have 15 years of experience in international marketing. I studied my master's in Barcelona, and I don't know Catalan, neither French. That's not the reason why I was invited here, but I've been the past 12 years, almost 12 years in Imperia Online as a Chief Marketing and Business Development Officer. And our company is well known here because it's one of the first Bulgarian studios. We are right now around 70 people, and we are part of Stillfront Group, which is a Swedish company of 20 developers. The funny part is our CEO of Stillfront is actually French. So we are starting to feel the nuances of the culture the past 6 years that was already described by the panelists from the previous topic. And I'm dealing with all the business partnerships, with everything around licensing. And my passion is to actually mentor young people. the past years, I had around 20 talents in my team of marketing and business development in the company, and even 3 of them are here today. One of the mentees will be part of the panel. And I really love to spend my time spreading the knowledge about the game industry and how important it is for Bulgaria. And I will try to get some more insights, what's different from France. So from this, let's start introducing the panelists. Our first panelist is Kayane, an esports icon and advocate for women in gaming. She already has lots of game tournaments, won lots of awards, and she's recognized with Guinness World Records. So please welcome her on stage.
One, two. Okay, that's good. Thank you.
I'm really nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
And I really would like to know how exactly you started. I know that at 9 years old you already were playing games and was one of the first ones in France.
I started fighting games when I was 7 years old, thanks to my brothers. My brothers were competing in Tekken, so it's a fighting
even
game.
7. Okay.
Yes, it's a family thing. So I always played video games like Final Fantasy VII on PS1, Soul Calibur 1 on Dreamcast, and Dead or Alive 2 on Dreamcast as well. And that's how I started to love video games, just because playing characters I can control, it's fascinating. You know, you press a button and then the character is moving, is doing amazing moves when you play fighting games, and just because you control them, then you feel excited, like, yeah, I'm controlling something. It's even better than watching movies or series, you know. It's you play and the character is reacting on the screen. So when I was a child, that was, wow, that's crazy. And when I played Final Fantasy VII, yeah, you had everything. You control characters, many characters. You have a beautiful music. You have a whole adventure and beautiful graphics. So yeah, I really loved video games since that. And by playing with my brothers to fighting games, so it's a 1 versus 1. So of course it's competitive. And I started to play with my brothers. At first they beat me, they teach me. Then I beat them, and I beat their friends. And my brothers are much older. They're 7 years older than me and 11 years older for the oldest. So their friends were like 20 years old when I was 7, 9 years old.
And you were still better than them.
And I would beat them. So at first, these friends, they were like, are you cheating? It's not. It's unbelievable that you're winning against us. We play all day. Your female play. I mean, your child, your girl. It's not possible to play that well. So my brothers were making fun of them, and they said, "Oh, not only your friends. I think you can beat a whole community in fighting games tournaments in Paris." And I started at 9 years old to compete, and I finished vice-champion in France for my 10 years old. But everybody underestimated me and criticized me for being here, and that's when I see my opponents really looking at me like, what are you doing here, your child, your girl, and both of them in the same time, and I really wanted to beat their ass. I really think that.
Yeah, you became a professional player in 2 years. I mean, this is amazing.
So that's how it started. And I just wanted to, at first, my motivation was to play and win with my favorite character. And when I started competing and see that people say, it's not my place, I wanted to beat everybody. So I just wanted to be stronger and stronger to prove that women and children could compete as well as men.
Yeah. You were good. I was not that good when I was playing with my cousins. Okay, so now let's see who is the next panelist. Please welcome on stage Anna Bacheva, a talented visual artist and art director based in Paris, but she's Bulgarian.
Good evening, everybody.
Okay.
Thank you for the invitation.
So now that the mic is working, can you tell us a little bit how you started in the digital art?
Yeah, well, I have a background in cinema art. This is my education, and also scenography, and I'm strictly a visual artist, so for me visual aesthetics are the most important. But some years ago, like 10 years ago, I started with technology, and now I can even program a little bit. So in my practice, in my portfolio, I have diverse projects with technology, so exhibitions, installations, immersive projections, real-time performances, audiovisual performances. I'm working with data, with dancers, with musicians, etc.
Yes, I know that you combine art, technology, and design to create these immersive experiences. And it will be really nice to share how exactly this can be used in the game industry later today. So our next panelist is Lina Stoyanova, a narrative director at Chibi Phoneix, known for crafting compelling game narratives. Welcome, Lina. Could you tell us a little bit about your background?
Hi, yep, I'm a writer. I studied screenwriting, so my background is kind of also in cinema. But then I started working at Chibi, where I've been for 2.5 years now, working on multiple projects. And I've been kind of transferring my craft into the gaming industry to be able to make the games interactive. So the scripts have changed a lot from when I was a student to now. And yeah, I've been writing for as long as I can remember, pretty much.
Yay. Pretty amazing CV for the Gen Z. I think you're pretty young, right?
Yeah, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, another Gen Z is coming up. The last panelist today, Dilyana Dragneva. She is a marketing and business development specialist at Imperia Online. And she will bring the marketing perspective today to the impact of women in gaming. So welcome, Dilyana.
Yeah, okay.
Could you introduce yourself? Yeah.
Yeah, hello everyone. Really nice to see you all here. My name is Dilyana, and I'm part of the marketing and biz dev team, as Mariela mentioned. And I'm actually working pretty closely with her from the very beginning because she was my mentor, and now she's my manager. So currently I'm also finishing my bachelor's degree in public relations at Sofia University. So as you can imagine, I'm quite at the beginning of my career journey, and I'm really excited today. Sorry about that, it can show. However, actually, I had a pretty untypical background, I would say, for the industry, because previously I was a professional athlete for a long time. I have dedicated around 13 years to rhythmic gymnastics, and I have spent a lot of time at the gym. However, during this time, I always knew that at some point I would like to explore life beyond just sports. And I have always been fully hands-on my education. I graduated from a German, not a French high school, but then I found myself in Sofia with the PR bachelor. And I can say that I have always been interested in working with people, socializing, and of course, being part of a team has always played a significant role in my life. I think that this is why PR felt like a natural fit for me. And just to be realistic, as most young people, during my first 2 years, I was actually unsure
what my career path would look like, what I would choose. And actually, it all kicked off with my internship at Imperia. When I became interested in the marketing, I met Mariela, who guided me so much through the process. And today I can say that I think that I found the right industry for myself, even though my background wasn't exactly the typical one. So yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Dilyana. And you also have lots of medals from your sports years. I know that. Okay, so can you each of you share a pivotal moment in your career when you overcame a significant challenge and how it shaped your path, particularly if you're thinking about this context of French and Bulgarian environments?
Me?
Yeah, you can start, Kayane. I think that you're the most experienced.
About my challenge in general?
Yeah, since you started from 7 years old. It's a lot back.
So many years. Yeah, it's been like almost 25 years since I started to play competitively. Well, there was a big challenge at first because people would look at me and say I don't have my place. But then I competed a lot and proved that I had my place because I was always vice-champion or champion or fourth in the world, even at 12 years old. And I competed with people internationally coming to France in Cannes. And there would be 200 people coming from all over the world to play Soul Calibur 2, my favorite game. And yeah, so at first, I was just a French girl, little girl, prodigy, beating some men. And then, because I could beat some international players, then I was starting to be famous outside of France. And then, esports team started to be interested in me, in recruiting me, but I was too young. So when it started, I was 14 years old when they wanted to recruit me. But I started to be in an esports team really between 16 and 18 years old. But then I saw that. I realized that because I was a woman, I would not have the same budget, the same money than guys. Because there was like Counter-Strike teams. Back then that was one of the most played game. And then still now, but back then there was no Call of Duty and play games like that to compete. So it was all about Counter-Strike. And when I see the sponsor presentation that my team would show to the sponsors to convince them to get money, I would always be on the first page because they say, hey, we have a girl, we have a female player, you can support her. And then I've never seen any of this money for me. So the sponsors, they were, I think, very happy to be able to support me, but the team would always invest that money for guys, for the players. So that's when I started to quit this esports team, and I started to be independent. And because I also work on TV, in French TV show called Game One. It's a TV channel talking about video games, and I'm there since 10 years now. And since I became a TV host, I gained a lot of popularity in France, and that's how I could be independent and have my own sponsors, because the whole gaming and French industry, I know them, and then I could convince them to sponsor me. So now I think that it's been 10 years that I have my own company and managing all that, but it's always been because I followed my instinct. And my parents, my brothers, they always say that I should not make video games my passion. They say it's a hobby, it's nice, but never work in this industry, because you're just playing. It's not that interesting. It's not the future.
Yeah, but that's women's superpowers, that we have our instincts. Yeah, yes, that's good that you follow them.
Yeah, after I still graduated in a business school, so I think it was mostly to make my parents happy, but I was not happy to pay 9,000 euros every year for that. If I could change my life, I would not have done that. But now I think it was better because my parents would allow me to have 1 year to try. So after I graduated my business school, I said to my parents, I have 1 year where I'm going to try to live from gaming 100%. And well, since then, it's been 10 years, and my dad always says me, when are you going to have a real job? And I'm one of the most females, well,
That's a
even not
difficult
female
one.
player, but I'm still one of the most successful player that can earn money from gaming and just playing competitively. And my dad is still saying that, so it's funny.
Tough love. Yeah,
Yes.
I guess. Maybe we can see some nuances of the French culture in the past of Anna, because she has a solid background in Paris, and she can share what changed, what was the, yeah, your moment maybe in your career. Yeah, yeah, absolutely.
I'll tell you. I know very well.
I wanted to know if it's just the education in France that like changed the life of Kayane,
No, but I
or
finished my education here. In Sofia,
yes,
first of all.
yeah, but you
when
have
I moved
like
to
lots of
France
years
and like
there.
more than 10 years ago, when I started with computational art, and was very inspired by. I saw some great examples of generative, these mesmerizing generative images made by, created by some people who are not artists, without any kind of artistic background, just developers, and I was very jealous, of course. But it was too hard for me, and I was literally crying in front of the screen, trying to figure out how can I do it. And I had some great visions, some great projects, great ideas. So I thought myself, oh, I need to hire a developer to be by my side and to help me to develop all this. And then after someone said to me, look, darling, forget about it, because yeah, it's very expensive, and you know. And you must learn yourself to do it. As, oh no, no, this is impossible. But then after, slowly, now it's a reality. So I learned a little bit to program some languages to help myself with my projects.
So you were consistent.
Yeah.
And you didn't
but
care.
It was hard, very
yeah.
hard in the beginning.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe what would be the advice of the young women here, because career path maybe it's too big.
Actually, pretty much agree with Anna that consistency is a key. And I would say that for someone with such a different background than the one related to the gaming industry, what actually made the difference for me was just taking the chance to try something new and finding the right mentor to just guide you through the process and show you how you can actually implement your interest and your capabilities in the industry is something pivotal. I would say that sometimes just stepping out of your comfort zone and the whole experience you gain during this process is your best teacher. And I have seen this on myself during the past 2 years, because actually before I even worked at a call center just trying to exercise the German language. Then I moved to an investment company for 2 years in the real estate management and even development, which is pretty far from what I'm doing right now. But then I became interested in the marketing side of the things. I quickly decided to change course. I decided that I'm going to spend some more time, invest in this area. Took some additional courses alongside my bachelor degree, and pretty quickly I found myself in the office with Mariela in the interview room. From then on, what I have seen was pretty great and welcoming team who didn't just see me as an intern, but also gave me the space to learn and at the same time contribute to the whole process. So I believe that Mariela, with her experience in mentoring people, gave me a lot of structure that was really important at the beginning. But I can advise you to also look for people who give you the freedom to explore and find your own ways in doing things, because I think that this was the changing point when I actually realized that this is my place. I want to do this. I'm interested in user acquisition actually, particularly as part of the marketing efforts. And I know at this point that this is something that I want to invest in. So yeah, that's my advice.
Thank you, Dilyana. And Lina, do you find that your previous experience was something that helped you?
Yes and no, because writing by itself, I would say, is quite the introverted thing. And especially like if you start writing, I as a kid like started writing fan fiction and stuff like that, and you don't need anyone to do that. I started doing it for my friends at some point, but you do it by yourself. You don't have to work with a team or brainstorm or whatever. So it was a challenge to start coming out of that shell, and especially in the gaming industry, I would say it's extremely crucial when you're writing and doing narrative direction to be very knowledgeable and have good communication with all of the teams you're working with. Game design, even like tech, of course, you need to know like how far can you go, what game design elements you need to incorporate in your story, in your narrative. So also, as the previous panel mentioned, we don't have much education in terms of game design yet in Bulgaria, so I didn't know much going into it. I had to learn with the job and familiarize myself with game design aspects to be able to write something that makes sense and is interactive for players and stuff like that. So I would say that was probably one of my biggest challenges, and this also feels like a pretty big challenge because I'm not used to public speaking and I would rather be behind that screen. But yeah, those two come at the top of my mind.
It is challenging, I can say that. And since you're in this kind of mixed environment, I guess, Bulgarians, French employees, right? In Chibi, Phoneix?
Yes, yes.
Can you like share your insights from working there? What's the difference?
I do not speak French at all, sorry. So thank you for hosting this in English so I could participate. For us, like, it's not just French and Bulgarians that work there, it's pretty international. So there are some quirks in terms of communication that you might have to get over, but it's pretty smooth sailing. I would say the only thing that has traumatized me was my first office party. Our CFO brought a bunch of French cheese and it stank to high hell. I was working on the 3rd floor at the time. He brought it at the fridge on the 1st floor and I could smell it all day. So I appreciate the culture of cheese, but not all of them are for me.
Okay, thank you, I got it. Just Bulgarian cheese. Okay. Maybe we can go back to Kayane and what changes have been observed regarding female representation and inclusion in esports, and what areas still need improvement in France and maybe globally, if you can say.
Well, because it's been so many years, I could see the difference between before and now. When I was starting at 9 years old, I would see that I would be the only female player. But now, we are more like 5 to 10. It's not a big difference, but I know that there are more and more female players that play at home, play more casually, that can play competitive games, but doesn't show up. Because you see all the toxic people on social networks, or people being stream monsters. So whenever there's a stream on Twitch or YouTube, and you see a female player just playing, there would always be so many mean comments and people judging the physique, judging the level, judging if she's here to get a boyfriend, whereas she's just here to play. And when you see that from home, you see the stream, you're like, I don't want to be part of this. I don't want to go there and be judged because I'm a woman. And I understand that because it's intimidating. It's still a male-dominated environment. But I feel like it's been a few years now that a lot of organizers, a lot of content creators that have community, they understand now the problem if they don't say anything to their community. If they don't moderate that, then the people will keep going with their useless comments. So I think that things are changing for the good. At least I can see that in fighting games tournaments, because back then, of course, I've been harassed by a lot of guys, and even the people I grew up with, they would harass me just because I have become a woman. At first, I was just 10 years old, so I was a child, but when I started to grow up, people changed, and now it's a world difference. I can see that people are really being protective towards women when they go in tournaments. So I see that it has changed, but still a lot of ways, a lot of roads to do still now. It's always depending on the community and the people in charge of them, also depending on the publishers and the laws and rules they are making in their community. But at least I see more and more women that have important roles in esports. Like, I'm a player, there are more players, but there are also hosts, analysts, casters that are females, and I love to see that. I love to see that there are more and more female players involved, and not only just to play, but to be in this industry and participating and working there. That's cool.
I'd love to see that as well. I'm actually coming from a studio that is making MMO strategic games that are played mostly by male. Around 90% of the users are male. And sometimes they're faking their accounts, changing names to female accounts. But I see that less and less going on in the games. So I hope that the environment's changing. And I was thinking about the diversity in our studio, that we are actually one of the few studios, even in Stillfront, which is with 20 game companies, that has 40% share of women employees. So do you think that, I've seen at first lots of women just in the community management team, in the developers side, they were becoming more and more. And from the very beginning, I saw that there were a lot of digital artists. And actually, in our studio, there are people from New Bojana, and they are really into the details of things. That's why I think that the art of our games are really supreme, and people at conferences really like them. Anna, can you share how do you see this diversity in digital arts, in the creative industry as a whole, maybe here in Bulgaria and in France? Is there a difference from your point of view?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, there is the big difference. First of all, in France, we apply this rule of parity. It means balance when you have a creative team or whatever, or a project, and you have balance between genders. And this produced some very interesting results, finally. But what I wanted to say, why I'm here, actually, it's one initiative we started in France early this year with Rencontre Audiovisuelle. This is an organization dedicated to audiovisual arts, immersive arts, light arts. And this is an initiative dedicated to women in technology arts. And we've done a lot of statistics about festivals, participation, appearance, etc. And statistics are not very good. And we started to think about how we can improve, like creating this small community to share contacts, open calls, experiences, create programs and open calls, because in this initiative we are artists, producers, curators, female, of course. And yeah.
Do you think that this can be like done here in Bulgaria as well?
Yeah, for sure, because we are working with this technology stuff very often, huge installations with a lot of equipment, engineering.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's hard, and it's not always. I mean, everybody has a little bit of not very nice experience.
Yeah, yeah.
As women. So, but we need to talk about this and find some strategies to improve. Also, to invest a lot of in education and in the preparation of the next generation of female creators.
Absolutely, I agree with you. The reason why I'm asking is because I'm an ambassador in Women in Games, and the first time when I heard about it was from the European studio, like the European conferences. Everyone was participating, and there were no Bulgarian ambassadors, and I was like, okay, what's stopping them? Why there are no women here? Since I saw, for example, Chief Operating Officer from Acend Software, like 12 years ago, that was a woman. I was really inspired by her, and I believe that maybe in marketing and business it's a little bit easier for us to find our way, but maybe in some of the other fields of gaming it's a little bit more difficult. Lina, have you like checked around the storytelling, narrative, what's the percentage, or just your point of view?
I would say it kind of depends on the game as well. Nowadays, we're getting closer and closer to like a 50-50% split. But as you mentioned, like you're doing MMO, RPG type games, and they have like more male players. The game I'm currently working on, for instance, it's aimed at a female audience. It's not exclusive, but that's how we did it in the beginning and continue doing it. And we're trying to show a lot of diversity there and have a very kind of relatable cast of characters, but also in a way where they have like fatal flaws and stuff, but they overcome them, and they're strong women, but they're not like a perfect Marvel superhero type of like archetype. So I think that that's kind of important to have realistic models in these games as well, and in general in the gaming industry, because so far a lot of the women in games are very like sexualized. Even in our favorite games like Tekken and stuff like that, like most of the female characters are a bit archetyped and mostly admired for their body types and stuff like that. So with the narrative here, we're trying to write like more down-to-earth characters that could be inspiring, but also that can be interesting. You don't want to read a story about someone who's perfect and always overcoming everything. So you need a little bit of drama to spice it up. And yeah, but I would say it's dependent on the games for sure, what the player basis is. And I feel like the reason that there are more women in gaming now and more representation is kind of capitalistic, because companies are now realizing that a lot of the gamers are actually women, and they want to be seen, and they want realistic expectations, and to do that you need to hire women to write and draw and design all of these things. So yes, it's going up, I think.
Yeah, I believe you understand a little bit this marketing thing that I just talked about. Yeah.
Should I move to a different?
Yeah. So Dilyana, how do you feel that there is influence in positioning and reach of the games targeted at diverse audiences? I already mentioned that we are oriented to the male audience, but we had some projects maybe in the past that were not just for the male.
Actually, I think that the one that you're talking about was our synergy with one of our sister companies. The studio is called Nanobit, and they have a title which is narrative driven, and it's called Winged. So we have actually participated a lot in creating this title by making a lot of concept art and just creating the characters for the game. And as far as I know, by the results, some of the characters that we created within Imperia were among the top performing ones. And this was actually at the beginning of my internship. It was really interesting for me because we also used a lot of AI, and that was I would say the beginning of this era for our studio. So we were all involved. Every department, all of my colleagues who are working on this project. So I think that we brought a lot of diversity in it, and it showed some great results. So yeah, I also think that overall women have a lot of empathetic approach in their work, and I think that this overall shifts conversations and even can change the outcome at the end. So yeah, pretty much that could be said.
Yeah, it was amazing to see that we got the whole storyline of a different studio than ours that was more concentrated on female players back then because they have an app that's closer to Tinder, let's say. So the art was like hot guys, and we were saying, yes, this is a really hot one, this is not. Like, yeah, we were judging around. Okay, so maybe to all of you, whoever feels that can reply to this one, looking to the future, because we started talking about AI and so on, what are the most promising opportunities for women in the next decade within digital creativity and gaming, and how can we foster these opportunities to encourage more women to join and lead in these fields?
I'll start then. So recently I've been to a Riot event for Valorant because they were launching the game on PS5. So they organized something in Paris for this occasion. And I went there, even if I don't play games like FPS, but Riot is preparing a fighting game, so I went there anyway. And I was so surprised because 50% of the people at this event were female players. And I was so happy to see that. It's even the first time I've seen that, because you can see female team.
You thought it was scripted, like something.
Yeah, but you know, there's a female team sometimes, so I was like, is it because they're a female tournament or something like this? No, it's just in the audience, you could clearly see there's so many women, and I was so happy to see that. And even the women, they had friends that are male players, and they were just having fun together. And when I saw that, I was like, I wonder what happened, because in fighting games, we're still 5 to 10%, not even percent. It's 10% out of 200 people for a tournament. And when I see if there's a fighting games tournament, you won't see any female spectator. But here I could see so many women just to watch the games. And I was wondering and discussing with Riot, how did you do? Because it's a FPS, and even in Counter-Strike, in Call of Duty, I don't see that many women. And they say that's because we organize the Game Changers, so they have a female dedicated league, and they really make a safe place for women, and they are really involved in that. And because of that, you can see that even in the spectators, you have so many more female players just watching and playing too. And I see that a lot of other publishers, they don't go to organize a whole female community. They don't do that. They don't want to do that. They're like, oh, but if we do that, then the male players, they would say, oh, it's a discrimination, positive discrimination. And no, you need to make a safe place for women, because when they go in tournaments, or even when they play, Because now you can see on Twitch, there's so many clips that people post on Twitter and things like this. And you can see how rude some players are whenever they hear female voice. And because of that, there are so many female players that don't want to participate or be competitive in these games because they see the reactions. And when you see that the publishers is really involved, it changed everything. And I was just so happy to see so many women. And I just hope that in the future, more publishers would be invested this way. So Riot is showing the right way to do, I think. And I hope it will inspire other publishers to do so.
Yeah, women should be helping women more in the creative industries for sure. That's how I feel it as well. And the rest of you, how do you see the future, the next decade?
Well, I really liked what I heard here about you having a community of female artists, and hopefully we can do a similar thing here. Also, I'm very glad to be part of this panel right now because this is a move in the right direction. We're all like female artists here, and if anyone in the audience here or watching like this stream is wondering whether a career in the field is possible for them, it is. It's kind of a pain in the ass, especially to get your foot in the door. But yeah, I like events and organizations like this, and what you have in France, I think, are the way to go to promote this.
Can I?
Yeah, no?
Yeah, I can assure you that more and more very young girls in schools and universities are now interested in digital arts and technology, as technology is also taking over our lives. But about this community, well, because we were discussing a lot and we don't want to exclude men from the picture, of course, and we were thinking we want to inspire and to push them to follow our ideas and to work on our topics, because we are sure we can propose a very different and interesting perspective.
I completely agree with you, because I was in many Women in Games workshops at Gamescom, and they were always inviting and involving men into their workshops as well, so they can give their point of view as well. And Dilyana, have you thought about it?
Do you hear me now? Okay. Actually, a fun fact, yes, I'm contributing to the mobile market of games, but currently I have started exploring the esports because of my bachelor's thesis, and I actually read a lot about the huge demand of immersive gaming experiences, and I personally think and see that overall this creates a lot of space for women in a lot of different areas in the gaming industry. And I think that what was actually mentioned in the panel before, gaming companies actually have the responsibility to invite people, to show them where they can actually contribute. So I think that we'll be seeing a lot more women having the courage to try it out, to just experiment and probably find their place there. With France's tradition in digital art, storytelling and creative compelling narratives, combined probably with Bulgaria's tech talent, I think that we can see a lot happening.
Thank you, Dilyana. Maybe with that we can wrap up the questions I have, and we can give our audience the mic. Anyone?
Don't be shy.
Or maybe I can continue with mine. Okay.
I switched it off, sorry.
Can you hear me? Excuse me, sorry. Hello, my name is Nikolai Bogdanov. I organize esports tournaments, broadcast site. So I wanted to kind of ask you, what is an innovative, interesting thing to bring to esports broadcasts in the future, in your opinion, which would elevate the esports scene as a whole? Thank you. Whoever feels like confident to answer the question from the panel,
Maybe Kayane.
would be best. I don't mind.
Yeah, look, if I understand, you ask how to elevate esport broadcast?
Yes, your own personal opinion in terms of innovation for esports broadcasts. If you have like an idea or something like that would be cool to see, and you can kind of share from your perspective what you think is interesting and could be cool.
It's funny you ask the questions because this weekend in France we have a big event for KCX. It's a world event about an esport team called Carmine Corp. So it's one of the biggest in France and worldwide. I think it's hard to see a world event dedicated for one esport team, and they have 28,000 people going there, and all the tickets have been sold in one night. I think it's crazy to see that, you know, just because it's two founders, two guys that were just loving video games and played on stream on Twitch, and they became famous, and they were streamers, and they just wanted to have a dream to be world champions in League of Legends with their own esport team. So they have 28,000 French people going there, and I've never seen that. We are a small country. It's crazy to see that now, and I always wonder how could it happen in a small country like this? And I think that's all about storytelling. You know, you need to have people now that are close to the audience to stream like every day and answer people on the chat, interacting with them. And with a storytelling, you can broadcast anything and make esport interesting. I think now people don't really care as much to see just professional players and high-level players. They're like, oh, okay, we see they're strong, and it's starting to get boring. Now they need streamers, famous streamers, stories, success stories. And the champion stories, sometimes it's not as fascinating. But to seeing someone that started from the bottom, realizing his dream, making a project, involving his community, it's fascinating for so many people. They create a whole community around that. They have a whole merchandising around that too. And then they're going to just make some broadcast this weekend. They have their own team on League of Legends and Counter-Strike, Rocket League, and they're just going to make their team play in the broadcast. But people are just happy to be here because they want to support the team. So I think now it's great to start not only showing guys playing video games, but showing stories that can make people dream a bit. You're welcome.
Thank you. Kayane, I have a question also for you and for every woman on the stage. Dilyana mentioned she was a professional athlete and you're a professional player. So can you tell us a little bit more what's happening behind the scenes before tournament? How do you prepare? And also the investment that it demands for a professional player. So because people see a person who is playing games, but there's this mental, physical preparation and also some of the challenges that go behind the scenes. And one more question for everyone. Kayane mentioned what her parents were thinking about her working as a professional gamer. I would like to know what your parents or friends and families think about you working in the industries that you're working in. Thank you.
Probably I will start. So
First of all, yes, as a professional athlete, I pretty much resonate with Kayane's experience. Even though I haven't been like a gamer myself, because I just practically didn't have the time, spending a lot of hours at the gym. I know how much dedication it takes, how much work it takes, and I know that sometimes the work and the time that you are spending just doing this is not exactly appreciated. And a lot of people just don't see exactly what's happening behind the scenes. Sometimes, from my personal experience and in my sport, I spent like 9 years, 6 days of the week at the gym, and then I have like a minute and 30 seconds to show what I have actually worked on. So it's pretty stressful, and I think you bear a lot of responsibility for yourself, for your team, if you're in a team, for the club that you're representing, for example. So pretty much that's what is lying behind all the shine and the sparkle when you're actually at the top. It's funny what you said about team. That's why I don't play in a team. I play 1 versus 1. I can only count on myself, and if I lose, it's my fault. If I win, it's thanks to me. I train at least 4 hours every day, but just playing against people. In my training, I also watch a lot of videos, a lot of people from worldwide. I would always watch the competition outside of my country, so what are doing the Koreans, the Japanese, the Americans, all the tournaments that are happening in the world, I would watch them just to see if I can find new text with my character, because I play Tekken 8 now, and there's 30 characters at least, and they have, for each character, they have 100 to 150 moves. And I have to learn all of them, know how to punish them, how to counter them. And it's the interesting and the boring part too, because you have to be really disciplined. You have to work every day against characters you hate also. And if you don't train yourself, then you lose. You go to a tournament like EVO, which is the biggest tournament in the world. There's 12,000 people there waiting for you. And then you spend 5,000 euros to go there. And you can, like you say, you train like so many years, and then you can lose the first match in pool, you can draw in pool, you can just don't exist in the tournament. So it's really hard to go there and try to prove yourself, because you put a lot in this tournament. You put a lot in every tournament. It's a lot about you. And I think the worst enemy is yourself, because you put so much into it. So you feel a lot of pressure, and you have to adapt very fast. Whereas there are a lot of emotions around. Sometimes when I go to US and compete against Americans, they would be always trash talking. They would always be behind me and scream, just because I play against their friend, and I just have to stay focused. So sometimes I would just go practicing boxing, because I really need to box too in real life, because it's such a stressful environment. And also I just like fighting in real life too. It's my motivation. And also you need to be out of a game also, because you spend so many times playing in a screen with people you don't often see. So I need to see people outside, practicing sport, music, and watching movies. I just need to be a normal person too. Yeah, I think it's important, because you need to have a normal environment around you, so that you can go back to your training and game and feel more inspired, because you need to be creative when you play. If you're too predictable, then people will just beat you easily. So you have to be like creative, make some new techniques.
Yeah, but don't we all need this kind of dedication into our professions? Because I feel that I'm doing this every single day in terms of marketing and business development so that I don't miss anything that's trendy. How about you, Anna, in digital?
A lot because I'm not in the game industry, but what I wanted to say is I'm very interested, for example, in serious games and motivational design, because gaming, it's not only about shooting robots and strategy games and blah, blah, blah. And we do such things, and I think this can be our contribution, like as artists, to bring this to create more serious games addressing like really serious topics, mental health, education, social issues, whatever you want.
And your parents, what do they think about this? The question from
About
the
my
audience.
job?
Yeah.
Well, their job is not so far from mine, so.
Everything's fine here. And with you, Lina?
Thank you. Well, I would say that I'm an overall creative person, and the reason I got into writing specifically might have been partially because we weren't very well off. So to write, you need like a pen and paper, and it was something I could do all the time by myself. I didn't need any outside resources to do it. And after I graduated, I went to study creative writing in Wales, but that was also too big of an investment, so my parents never disapproved of me doing a creative job. It was more of a kind of a financial strain at some point, but obviously I found a way somehow. But my passion for gaming is kind of like supported by my bigger brother. I have an older brother who we shared a computer with and a room for many years, and that's how I started playing video games, playing like Heroes 3, Doom, Serious Sam, all of the Eastern European classics, Unreal Tournament. So at least I think on that side, my brother was very supportive with me pursuing a job in video games.
Yeah, and same here with me. My parents also supported me during my education. The funny part is that my husband was really like joking around with me when I was applying for a job in the games industry, because I was not obviously playing games like he was playing games. He's almost like professional gamer like Martin, and he knows Martin, of course. And he was surprised that I'm interested in this industry, but I feel that this is the way we should be all brave enough to apply and to be persistent in our professions. And I see that Martin is waiting for me there to take the word.
I think we started off with a little bit of delay. We ate up a little bit with your panel. Now the same happens to the last one. So yeah, if you could wrap, that would be lovely.
Yeah. Thank you all for the insights you gave. I think it was more like the creative industry insights of what should be happening in the next decade. And I believe that it's all about the forward thinking, the positive thinking that we can make it. And I believe the whole panel was really regarding how well we are doing these days. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, ladies. Also a very nice and gentle lean towards esports, with two of you being actively involved with the topic. I suggest we don't go for a 3, 4, 5 minutes break, and we just dive into the next topic. Kayane, you have the honor and privilege and the burden to join the next panel as well on a topic that is seldom discussed in Bulgaria, the topic of esports. Yeah. So I would like to invite a few people here with me on stage. Where to start from? Tihomir is already there. Come on, Tihomir. That's Tihomir Petrov. I've met him, I think, 4 or 5 years ago, when he was about to do an esports team and academy. And I was like, man, aren't you trying to do too many things at the same time? And he was like, no, you don't understand anything. I'm like, okay. Then I thought to myself that entrepreneurs are stubborn species. And then I met him recently again with Augment Esports technology. So he's the first participant of today's panel, Tihomir Petrov. Then I would like to invite a long life friend of mine, Vladimir Nikov, an actually volleyball player and possibly the only person here who has actually played at the Olympics, which is not a video game Olympics, but the Olympics. Welcome, Vlado. There's a short story. We can actually sit. There's a short story about Vlado. So he's like Kayane to you that would be interesting. He's a household name in Bulgaria. Come on up, join. And Benjamin, join as well, and then I'll do the intro. Let's just go a little bit more freestyle. And that's Benjamin Rolle, our fourth and last participant in the panel. Welcome. I have the burden and privilege to know the people here, but they don't know one another. So it's very difficult to find a common thread in the conversation, because to people that do not care about esports, and it's like a foreign topic to them, it's like, okay, esports, that's just one topic, right? But here we have 4 different perspectives. So I'll make a small intro for everyone, and then give the participants the chance to introduce themselves a little bit more, and then we head on to discussion. We will not have as much time as I would want to, and I can go for hours on this topic, on esports, especially in such a variety. So, Kayane, we've seen her, we heard her. Vlado just joined us recently. He has 4 kids at home that he needs to take care. Now 2, and a guild in World of Warcraft, so a lot of burdens to deal with. But yeah, Kayane is our guest from France. She's a professional gamer and a gaming content creator and personality. And she will be participating in the tournament here tomorrow at a Tekken that we've hosted up for and with her. We have Benjamin over there, who's a professional player on poker. It's an important thing to distinguish that poker is actually a skill game. It's not a gamble game. And fun fact, esports, in the very beginning, so like one of the first games that really became competitive was StarCraft Brood War. There are a lot of people playing StarCraft Brood War, and arguably the most talented ones outside of Korea were the Scandinavians. Historically, they've been the best at StarCraft Brood War. And at one point, all of them stopped playing StarCraft Brood War, and all of them became professional esports, professional poker players. And I think with 1 or 2 exceptions, all of them extremely successful. And I think that was attributed largely to the fact that when you play video games, you're capable of processing enormous bandwidth of data and acting upon it. So one hat that Benjamin has is as a professional poker player and a coach with a platform for coaching, but also an esports team that has, together with him, come to Bulgaria. So now Bulgaria has a team in esports called Acend Esports that also, as he put it earlier, a long time ago, became a world champion in Valorant. So Kayane was mentioning a small country, referring to France, and then when you put France next to Bulgaria, especially when you make the economical comparison, it becomes an arrondissement in Paris at best. That's all of Bulgaria. And yeah, and about Vlado, and then I'm kind of done with the introductions, and then we can go into the discussion. He played professional volleyball for 15 plus years. 20, how many is it, Vlado?
I'm too old for this.
Enough. You guys have a mic there and here as well. Could you, yeah. So he played quite a lot, and then at one point he went and played for an Italian team, Trento. And then we were joking that there are 2 teams in Trento. One is the volleyball team, and the second one is the World of Warcraft team in Trento. Which was not exactly a joke, was it?
No.
So maybe start off, like you've been, all of us have been around gaming for quite a while. Gaming, for the first time ever, is in the Olympics next year. So the Olympic Committee decided that they would not include video games into the Olympics. There have been like a little bit of flirt happening the last years. But next year, in a partnership with the Saudi Saudi Arabia Foundation of Esports or Association, I'm maybe missing the exact term here, announced that the inaugural World Esports Olympics would be happening in 2025. What are your thoughts about that? Anyone? Kayane, maybe? Since
well, I've seen a lot of French teams being helped by Saudi because they injected a lot of money for them to sponsor fighting games players. Because in the EWC there were Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8. So the organization they spent 100 and 1,000 euros to the teams to recruit players just to play Street Fighter 6 and Tekken 8 for the period of tournament there. So I think it was only 1 month, 2 months. So a lot of people from Pakistan, because it's a country that is one of the strongest in Tekken. From Pakistan, a lot of Koreans, Japanese, a few Americans players were sponsored. Not Chinese, no. Not real. I think it's more like team games. But fighting games, it's more about Koreans and Japanese mostly. But yeah, the support of the organization for this tournament, to bring people travel there and compete and represent team, I think it has helped a lot of fighting games players to live their dream, even if it was a 2 months period. I think it's still nice to see that some sponsors, some teams were serious about fighting games. So even if the tournament is over now and it's going to happen next year, a lot of teams kept their players. So at first I was like, if they're just sponsoring the players just for this tournament because they have so much money from them, it's not that interesting for me. But now that I see that they have a contract that lasts at least 1 year or 2 years, I'm more happy about this situation.
So you're
for my
skeptical, but not fully convinced.
I was skeptical at first, yeah, I was really. But it's still nice to see that, you know, in fighting games in France, we were only 2 people, me included, living from that. And seeing my friends trying to live from that for 10 years was quite hard for me, because I was like, they deserve even better. And just because this tournament happened, they now have a team, they have a salary, they have a much better life now. So,
for a short while, at least.
Yeah, for at least 2 years. Yes.
Vado, I'd like to hear your opinion. Like you and I have discussed this a lot, but gaming, esports, sports, do you see it? Like, do you see it for real? Is it a sport? Is it meant to be part of the Olympics? Does it make sense to be there? Should it be there?
I think that was about time that electronic sports become official sport in the Olympics. In the end, much more people play esports than, let's say, wrestling. And when you have rules, you have players, you have competition for a title, it means it's a sport. I cannot see a big difference between esports and, let's say, chess or poker or, for example, bridge, you know. And me personally, as like big fan of computer games and gaming, I'm really happy to see this. Actually, maybe one of my biggest surprises was like something probably 15, 20 years ago, I don't remember exactly. We went to Korea with our national team. And first I was hugely surprised that in the bus we had TV, but live TV in the bus. This was something unimaginable in Europe and even in the States. And during the whole trip, which was like 45 minutes to 1 hour from the sports hall to the hotel, all the time there was gaming TV with StarCraft competition.
1.7 copies of StarCraft Brood War is the
1.7
copies each household owns in South Korea.
Okay, but the thing is that even, let's say, probably 20 years ago, no, 15, 16, I don't know, but in Korea this was already sport. So now the world is adopting what the Koreans
Catching up.
made, 20 years ago, let's say, like this.
I was myself 2003 in Korea playing in a World Cybers game back then, which was kind of the big thing in esports, and I just had this jacket that said WCG participant. And this was enough to be stopped on the street and be asked, hey, who are you? For which country are you playing? Yada, yada, yada. So, yeah, next year in Olympics. Ben, you as a team owner, how much do you care that esports goes into Olympics?
It's a good first step, but I think it's important that the population accepts it as well. And this requires a lot of storytelling, a lot of content creation, a lot of behind-the-scenes work, because this will push it further to be more accepted amongst the mainstream. And so, yeah, it's a good first step, but there needs a lot more work to do, because I also know that there are a lot of problems with the Saudis in terms of manpower there. I mean, they just relatively recently entered the market, esports. Esports itself, gaming is still a relatively young industry, and they just, with their new programs and partnership programs, it all emerged over the last couple of years. So they don't have the infrastructure, they don't have the manpower yet. So it's going to take some time. So I really, really hope that...
But it's super fast. They acquired, like my former employer, ESL.
Yeah.
They merged with Faceit, and it was acquired by Saudi. And pretty much all the production talent in the world work on the first, how is it called, Esports World Cup, right, this year? Yeah.
That is absolutely right. The things happen fast, but then there still needs a lot of people to execute those plans. To whether from it's a videographer, an editor, whether it's a creative director, you need a lot of those people. And this is where, again, I have a bit of reservations, and I really, really hope that everyone takes it very serious. Just because you place something on television, say this is esports, it's Olympic, doesn't mean that mainstream is going to accept it. So it needs a lot more work. Education, content creation, storytelling.
I can fully agree with you.
Show behind the scenes how much of, I mean, agree with everyone, because I also know from our experience that our players work really, really hard, and we also look very closely at the players and the talent we sign. It's not just, oh, he's good at video gaming. We look into his character. We also obviously look into his health and everything. And so, yeah, it's a sport for sure, but I hope they're taking it very serious and put in the work. So 4 years later, it's like, all right, we tried for a year, esports was not well received, it's not Olympic anymore. Because at the end of the day, the numbers matter, viewership matters, public perception matters. For sure, some political things are involved as well. This all comes into play. So I'm already thinking 10 years ahead, 20 years ahead to make sure that esports also stays Olympic, and that should be the goal.
Okay. But when you say, just I'll give it to you, the ball out here, but when you say 10 and 20 years ahead, like I can't help myself. How many of you have read not Ready Player One, but Ender's Game, read the book or watched the movie? It basically tells a story of the future of war, where super talented young kids are groomed into becoming pilot jet fighters, in a way, leading the army in a very abstract way.
He was an admiral, actually. He was the commander of chief.
Yeah. But when you say 10, 20 years ahead, I see like more and more the army is sponsoring esports event. Like across the board, you could see that with ESL One in Cologne, with the US Air Force and so on.
Unfortunately, you are right, and many professional gamers from Ukraine are mobilized in the army now, you know, using drones.
Yeah, it's definitely a direction. Speaking of storytelling, Tihomir, what you're building, at the one hand side, helps content creators and publishers and esports show producers tell better stories. Tell us a little bit about Augment and what do you do?
So essentially what we work on is providing visualizations and educational content for the broadcasts. We have previously worked with Riot Games. Essentially they use their software to explain what's happening on the screen. And it kind of goes into the competitive edge. The case with the Riot titles, their CEO came out when he said like, around 60% of the player base of League of Legends is watching the games to become better at the game. So compare that to traditional sports, how many people are watching football to get better at football actually. And as someone that trained football for like 6 years, I'm like, I hear what people are saying and they have no clue what they're watching. But in the case with at least esports, I feel like it's more accessible for a lot of people. And the main way that they use esports is to engage the players. So essentially, the more educated the player is, the better esports ecosystem you have, the more viewership you have. And I think in the case with Counter-Strike and Riot, you can see that model. Like every year with League of Legends, you have better and better viewership, higher records, and obviously
and better stories. Riot are exceptionally good.
Exactly, because when I had spoken with Riot in their Berlin office, they told us like, we're not competing with Valve, we're competing with Walt Disney. That's their vision. They're an entertainment company. They're not just a gaming publisher, they're not just an esports title. So in a way, esports are evolving in such a way that it's a social phenomena, that you have the vast majority of young people have the best channel to reach them, essentially.
Just a few things for context, because Kayane shared earlier that these two gents have sold out 28,000 tickets in the small country of France, which is actually one of the large esports market in Europe. And when I was part of ESL, like ESL had this like master plan of, obviously as any company should. France was always the toughest nut to crack, like so competitive, so many different things happening. Just like an outline what's happening in Bulgaria in this context. Just 3 months ago, we had our, what I would dare say is kind of the first international esports event in Bulgaria. It was a StarCraft tournament featuring maybe 6 out of top 10 StarCraft players in the world in a very picturesque venue in the city of Stara Zagora, some 150,000 people in the center of Bulgaria. Then we have a Dota 2 event next week, which is a local event, but with a lot of passion and with some global stars coming in. So kind of esports is slowly starting to seep into the mainstream narrative. Something that I think in France has happened long ago, with a long tradition, with old ESWC, with Click Arena even, with Gamers Assembly, with all the LAN parties and so on. But since the context of our discussion is the meeting point between France and Bulgaria, that's why we're here at the French Institute as part of Digital November. We've always discussed, like within esports circle, the extremely proactive stance that France has towards esports in terms of, not that much of, I don't know if the right term is regulation, but more of like governmental involvement. I think you French people have a little bit, a lot of excitement.
Associations, as someone said before, we have an association for everything in France. So every fight, we have an association for that. And in France, we have France Esports. And you have people there that are fighting every day to tell the government that we need more money, we need to have politicians believe in esports, stopping to...
And you do, I remember the ex-president of France, yes. Macron, had a full day booked only for esports activities.
Exactly, yes.
And that's when they announced the major in Paris, right?
Yes, it was before Zerator's event. So Zerator is a famous streamer and he organized a tournament, and Emmanuel Macron wanted to make a ceremony with all the people involved in esports in France to thank them and to make a speech in front of esports people. And he played, I think, Trackmania with Zerator. So it was funny because it was out of nowhere. I received a letter at home with Emmanuel Macron is inviting Kayane to l'Élysée. And
Oh, you played against him, or?
I was not invited to play him, but I was invited to be in this ceremony.
Okay.
So when I showed the picture of a letter to my parents, my dad said, "But will the president be there?" I said, "But he invited me, so he has to be there." My parents would not believe me, and I took a picture of me here and the president out there, and my dad said, "He's so far away, you should take a selfie with him." So after his speech, he tried to leave the place, and everybody was just rushing at him, trying to talk about their own project, their own esports
pitching
project.
ideas.
And I don't know, I didn't want to go there, and I don't know how, but he stand here, just like right here, but surrounded by people. And I was like, oh, maybe that's my chance to make my dad happy. For once, he would understand what I'm doing and take it seriously if I take a picture with the president. And there was some very tall guy, and he said, "Mr. the President, we have a champion here." And then everybody stopped talking to the president, and he showed me, and he says, "That's the champion, the French champion of fighting games." And then I had Macron in front of me, just waiting for me to speak. And I didn't think of anything. I said, yeah, I play fighting games for so many times. I don't know what to say.
That's a super cool story.
Yeah, that was really cool. And because this event happened, so many media, so many journalists started to talk about it.
It was a story everywhere. So this thing with esports that happens usually is because, you know, like, esports communities have always had the feeling of being underrepresented. If something big mainstream happens somewhere, and everybody locally is like, hey, look at what's happening. So it was a story here as well.
Even if you heard that from Bulgaria, then it's something that's cool. Yeah, I think that the fact that we were taken seriously, it really helped everyone involved in this industry, and even in local tournaments, you know, you always need a place to gather communities, to have a place to organize tournaments, and most of the time, for most of the years, we had so many difficulties to just find a place for free to organize things. And you have a lot of budget in sport and culture, and because they don't know every time, I don't know if video games, esport is culture or sport, and nobody wants to put this money into esport. But since the president talked, everybody wants to. Sport budget, culture budget,
it's a cool thing.
They want to put all the money there now. So you need a president to speak.
What you did in France is cooler compared to what the folks over Germany did with Angela Merkel playing Farm Simulator at Gamescom. Although it's kind of cool as well. You know that, Ben, right? At Gamescom. One of the openings, I think it was 2018. But Farm Simulator is actually a big game. And there is nowadays an esports competition. Maybe you should visualize that data. Okay. Pretty much anything is esports nowadays. Yeah. There is, I kid you not, and that's something we want to produce in Bulgaria. There is a World Excel Championship. It's made like an esports show. So bunch of geeks on Excel, Microsoft Excel, compete. And it's made like they come up with t-shirts on stages, people introduce them, their fans cheering, like a proper esports production with finals in Las Vegas.
You know, many years ago there was competition for typewriters. Which one was able to print more words in a minute? So maybe we can have something similar to Excel.
Yeah, that's I compete with this with my partner in the company.
But it's similar to GeoGuessr as well, right? Because everyone understands what this is about. If you have no clue about League of Legends, Valorant, you're lost. Like, you need to watch a couple of hours to understand
Valorant is relatively easy. Like Dota, if you need to explain Dota to people that have absolutely no idea, like they see video games for the first time, good luck with that, my friend.
But I think if you're a bloody beginner, I can just think of friends that I introduced them to Valorant. They had no clue. Like, if you didn't play games before, but Excel or GeoGuessr, like, everyone is potentially a target audience.
And GeoGuessr did an amazing job this year.
It's just about guessing a place, right? Or just Excel. Everyone used Excel in their lives. That's why it's so popular. And I think these are great games. And That's why they're popping off, and it's fantastic.
I'll be biased. I don't consider them as esports.
I would agree with that. I'm not saying I would consider it esports, but just in terms of its popularity, and if you can merge this with a game that it's just you watch it, you understand it after just few
It's
minutes.
great content.
I stumbled upon a really handy word. When we were working with Facebook quite actively, they had this term called C-sports, and C comes from community, to distinguish like these things that you just do for fun, and are like much more casualish versus classical esports title that actually require a lot of skill, depth, focus, and everything that goes around it, like all those things. So, Vodo, question to you. Being part of a professionally organized sport for so many years, first as a, like all the steps basically, and now on the organization and on the coaching side, do you think, like Bulgaria as a country, for instance, do you think it makes sense in general meaning? Would it be better for Bulgaria if there was any proactive activity on the governmental side regarding esports, like regulating it somehow, organizing tournaments, whatever?
Do we have a government?
Work in progress.
Work in progress. Last 5 years, 4 years. I firmly believe that gaming industry in general and esports are gaining traction, and more people get involved, easier will be. We had perfect example what happened with Bitcoin. You know, a few years ago, there was disbelief, nobody believed in Bitcoin, what is this? Then they denied. Now, Trump was elected mostly because his support of Bitcoin. But why? Over 50 million people in the United States are involved with crypto. And now, Trump and US Congress, they are thinking about crypto regulations. The same things will happen with the gaming industry. More voters
care about something?
Participate in different kind of games, more care about them will take the politics. I mean, what do you think? Macron suddenly became a lover of esport? I don't think so.
I think he knows numbers.
He likes vote.
Yeah, he liked votes, and 2 months after he said that video games are toxic.
No, that's just the Twitch chat. Come on, games are not toxic, just the chat is.
He could have waited a bit more.
I have a bit of a comment on this. One of the things that we have worked on recently was bringing events to Bulgaria, essentially tier 1 events. And basically you would be surprised that the government knows about gaming and esports, even if they swap them every 3 months, including the municipality. So essentially there is support in Bulgaria for this. Something might be announced soon, but essentially, I can confidently say that we do have people who are actively in the government or in public sector positions that are contributing to this, and Sofia in the next years can easily become such a destination. Even recently, we have several esports teams that want to visit and do their boot camps here in Sofia. So we have.
Now there is a bootcamp destination with Acend Esports.
Yeah, pretty much. So we would be happy to essentially use our connections and experience to bring more such things in Bulgaria. I feel like in order to have what you have in France, for example, you need a community, as you mentioned, and we have spoken previously with Riot, where they literally have a lobbyist in their company. So the guy's job is to go to each government and be like, what are you doing about esports? How are you regulating it? And
I was in that role at ESL, so basically I'm not wearing this t-shirt for an accident. It says Katowice. That's a city in Poland. It's basically has a very interesting story in the context of esports. So when I started playing video games, the mice were with bows, you know. They were not optic, neither laser. And I would say what was, except for the arcade games and the first Nintendo competitions in the United States in the 70s, I think that was fair. It's fair to say that was the beginning of esports. And I literally witnessed, like, if I do a time lapse at, like, there was this event, Cibit in Hanover. It was kind of before the internet. It was this large technological expo that's once a year. You go there and you see all the new technologies. And there were a lot of that. In every country there was like the tech expo. And you go there, and there are like all these expensive booths everywhere, and then in a small corner somewhere is gaming. Then you go next year, and this corner is twice the size. Maybe like Bitcoin, a little bit more people believed in it. Then quadruple the size, then more. And Katowice is actually the first event that flipped it around. Katowice was the first event that had esports as the main thing, and then everything else coming secondary around it. And it's, I think, to date, one of the most symbolic events in the world of esports. And ESL, the company that co-organized it with Intel in Poland and the municipality of Katowice, kind of, at ESL, we had a workforce, a team, that was actually articulating the value proposition of what esports may bring to a city, country, or region, and do things there. So, yeah, it's an interesting thing. Not always works as intended. I think esports is a bit oftentimes inflated and fails to deliver to the expectations that are promised. But yeah.
But you wouldn't have Katowice then, if it failed on the delivery. So you also had it in Cluj-Napoca and now in Kyon. So apparently for some models works. I think like what ESL did is one of the few things that actually, like, people complain about monetization in esports. I kind of think that ESL and tournament organizers have solved this issue in a way. And
yeah, because they're very mature. So if you look at the revenue streams for ESL, for Katowice, you have the local support, which is not huge, by the way. It was diminishing. Like the proper publicly supported initiatives usually, like, they start high to kick it off and then goes down. Then you have the ticketing, you have the local exhibitors and sponsors and so on and so on and so on. But one question, like, so I've asked Ben, but now maybe different answers are in front of an audience. An esport team out of Bulgaria, how would that work? An international esport team out of Bulgaria, how would that work?
Oh, it would work fantastically. That's why we came to Bulgaria. It's just in general the Eastern European mentality in general. I think they're very hardworking. I think they're incredibly talented. The only downside, the only problem is their ego. And this just, if you can fix it and bring a team together and have them play for the team instead for themselves, instead of proving I'm the best, it can work really, really well. And you can put together some really super teams. And that's why one of the reasons why we also came here, and to help building the esports infrastructure. We have now our gaming facility, as you have seen it, and yeah, we're looking to put something together. It might go quick, it might take some time. We're definitely not rushing it, but and as also you guys said, it's very early. Like, we can also see that people, brands are a bit hesitant because esports fail to deliver very often. But there are also huge opportunities. It's growing, the market is growing, and if you look at the demographics, it will continue to grow from year to year, but it's definitely possible to put together some rosters that can compete in Tier 1 internationally with, let's say, at least the core of Bulgarian players, let's say 3, 4, 5, let's say 3 players for Counter-Strike, and then maybe you put two international players to the roster as well. We have done it in the past over and over again with scouting unknown players, putting them together in different titles, not just Valorant. And we have failed a lot of the times as well, but it's possible, it's definitely possible. I think what a lot of people misunderstand is that it always needs a lot of money. But what we also experience that very often players that used to earn a lot of money, they very often start slacking, big egos. So we actually prefer working with more raw skill, and then we can inject our philosophy and mentality of competing.
Okay. What I would like to hear your take on that, because you've played as a player in different teams, as a competitor, but then you're also coaching now. So what would you say, like, would you agree with what Benjamin says about the skill and the ego issue, or is your take different? Or they're two different universes?
I don't know. Me personally, I always prefer to work with people with big ego than with the one that doesn't have. And do you know why? Because it's easy to manipulate the people with big ego. And for me, you know, being in sport, professional sport, volleyball particularly, we have issues to find the talent that believe in themselves. And if someone has a big ego, it's easy. It's always better. It's enough to someone in Bulgaria with big ego to say him, you cannot do this. And it's done.
That's absolutely right. That's why I said that's a bit of it can be an issue if you don't know how to tackle it, and most people don't know how to tackle it. But there's also a difference between a toxic big ego and a healthy big ego. And if you have a healthy big ego, yes, it still needs work, but we experience a lot. Some people are just uncoachable. That's our experience. And they competed for a year, got their first contract, and they were never seen again. If it's a healthy big ego, where you can really challenge it. I have a big ego as well. And people certainly knew how to push my buttons. And I agree with what you said. But in my opinion, I think it needs a somewhat healthy big ego.
Okay. I don't know. I mean, probably you're speaking about particular case, which...
I think you're both right, actually, because we're in esports coaching, and as Martin mentioned, our initial idea was to make an esports academy, because in the case with volleyball, you have an academy where you can teach some of the fundamentals and the philosophy and how to be in a team environment. Well, with video games, when you reach the point when you have a team, you have played on your own in ranked initially, several years. A lot of the players might be toxic, might not. You can pick up bad habits. And in the case with developing esports talent, the vast majority of new players are still young, they're teenagers. So they don't have that environment as, for example, with volleyball, probably that you have a coach and someone can reaffirm, okay, this is not how you act. For example, you need to be a team player in some cases, like there is no one to discipline them in a way. And this is the feedback that we generally get from coaches that we work with, because they're using our software. Like, there's a lot of talented people, but at the same time, if you cannot mold them into the system, you don't have any fundamentals, what it is to be coachable to begin with. I think this was the main thing that Ben was trying to sway around. Like, you might be really talented, but if you're not coachable, what's the point of it? Like, eventually you will lose all of this, essentially.
One of the difficulties is that for someone, some kid, to be selected for a team, he played many hours by himself, you know, with his, headphones, with his headphones, and nobody around him, not talking with his parents, because most probably they are not supportive, and so they grow up in, you know, alone. And this is something, but if it's made like academy, then they can be taught early, and they can play together early, and that's, you know, that's one of the main reasons that me personally, I was totally disagreed with idea to home office during the COVID. Because yes, many people are productive at home, but you are losing the teamwork. Doesn't matter what you do and how good you are at your job, if you are not sharing time with your colleagues, if not after a month, if not after a year, you are losing.
You would have drifted.
Yeah.
Yeah, but this thing with the academy is actually quite interesting, because the way that the volleyball works, right? I mean, often you can't play by yourself, for a starter. Maybe you can train a little bit by yourself, but you cannot play by yourself. Whereas if you play League of Legends, basically that was the tagline for ESL, for marketing tagline, from your bedroom from your bedroom to the stadium. Because like in a game like League of Legends or Counter-Strike or Dota, where you play solo queue, you basically just click play. And if you're really good enough, you're just like, your job is to play, and then opportunities would come, and you would eventually end up at a stadium, which is the story for many people. So in classic sports, you have these academies that are built in a specific way to identify talents, nurture talents, grow, develop, monetize that talent. And we see in esports this happening only the last maybe 5-6 years, and not that many successful. I mean, like, it's already a thing, right? It has become a business.
You did have Gambit with the CS team. So essentially what happened in Counter-Strike, I think 3 or 4 years ago, the academy team got better than the professional team. And basically, they just laid off the professional team, and they're like, okay, you go play now. And they won several tournaments. And now we have this really good
Also,
system.
in the sense of business, I think it's just starting to pick up.
Yeah.
Like, you make an investment for this academy to work, and then this academy actually just by purely operating. And in France, I think, so recently, for those of you, like there is this game, League of Legends, obviously. Arguably the most popular esports title in the world, has just broke his so this year they broke their last world record, which was the world record last year, and now is the new world record of 7 million concurrent viewers. That's without China. The final was played in London just 2 weeks ago, or even less, and Linkin Park played there with their new anthem song. And they have like, the way it works is they have like these continental championships. It has a European one. It has an American one, it has a South Korean one, it has a Chinese one maybe, or like a few
Asian
more.
Asian one.
But if I'm not mistaken, in France, the interest for the local championship and the viewership is either on par or sometimes higher than the viewership of the pan-European championship, just because of the local scene and the local academy, in a way.
It was also hosted in France as well. It was
The
in
year
Montpellier,
before.
I believe. Yeah, so they have a huge community.
I think in France we have a lot of community from streamers, and the publishers like Riot, for example, they would be associated to some chosen streamers to be allowed to co-cast from home the official tournaments. So you have like 5 chosen streamers who from home they would cast the same big tournament where there are official casters too, and they're on stage, but you have some streamers, they would have even more viewers than the official cast, just because people need to feel closer to the streamer. So even at home with a pajama, it's fine, because people, they like to be close to their favorite personality from gaming.
I would love to dive deeper into this topic, but it's a whole new other subject of how viewership and these parasocial relationships work, where a multi-million production gets 100 viewers and then a person with pajamas doing jelly toast from home has hundreds of thousands of viewers. It's
But at least it makes people that were not interested in esports to get interested into that.
Yeah. Like, oftentimes I'm in the role that I need to explain what Twitch is to people. Like, imagine people that are in advertising business in Bulgaria. It's like, what? So people are watching other people play video games. They're like, yes, that's a starter. And then you start explaining Twitch.
And then you start to explain, you watch other people that watch other people play. So.
And then they give up. Yeah. I think we're running about out of time. I mean, like, I can go for hours. It's not often that I talk about esports, and it's. I was like, when I was writing my social media post yesterday about hopefully being here today with you, there is only one topic that I actually can say that I feel an expert in, and that's esports. Yeah, it's. I can go for hours. Not often that. Not many things happening in Bulgaria. Back at ESL was much more dynamic. Nowadays in Bulgaria it's much slower. So anything that you want to add, anything that I've missed, any questions from the audience? 2, and I guess maybe 3. That's, by the way, Slavi. He's involved in the tournament, the Tekken tournament tomorrow. Do we still have open slots for the tournament tomorrow? 3. So we have a bracket of 16. One is yours for the tournament tomorrow. So
Yes.
3 more people can join in the Tekken.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Excited.
So we have questions. Let's go.
Hello, Kayane. It's a great honor to meet you. My name is Slavi. I am the community key account manager and part of the marketing management team of Bandai for Bulgaria.
Oh, nice.
And I feel like it will be a great dishonor to our country to let you sit here on this panel and not ask you a question about the fighting game that you originally come from. That game is Soul Calibur,
Yes.
which is also happens to be my favorite game. Part of the reason I become part of the gaming industry was because I won all the tournaments in my country, so watch out. But how difficult was for you to transition from Soul Calibur, which basically died in 2020, unfortunately for me and for everybody, from Soul Calibur to Tekken to other fighting games, and in the current fighting game environment where there are a lot of circuit-style tournaments, where you have to win one tournament to qualify to get points for the next, and from there to get to the master event, how difficult it is to travel to tournaments now compared to what it was years ago? Thank you.
Yeah, my original fighting game was Soul Calibur. That's where I have most of my wins and podiums. Because of COVID, the World Tour was cancelled, and since then there's no new Soul Calibur. So to be still involved in the esports world, I had to change game. So I went from Soul Calibur to Street Fighter 6, and now Tekken 8 that was released this year in January. Because it's closer to Soul Calibur because it's a 3D fighting game. You can go up, down, and on the sides. I prefer this kind of games because you can be more creative with your characters. In 2D games like Street Fighter, you have like 10, 15 moves by character. In 3D games, you have hundreds of moves for each character. So I wanted to play this game because you can express your style better. But now it's so difficult because I have 30 years of knowledge that I need to learn. And Soul Calibur, I had 20 years of knowledge that I've learned from Soul Calibur 1 to 6, but now we are Tekken 8, and I've never played competitively any Tekken. So right now it's very difficult for me, but I'm still one of the competitors that perform one of the best in the world. So Evo was this year in August. There was 5,000 people registered just for Tekken 8, and I got 65th. So 65th for 5,000 players there. I was happy about my performance.
For a game that you just picked up.
Yeah, I just picked up in January, and I think it was the second best French performance there. So I was quite happy. I didn't expect this from me, to be honest. But I think it's challenging, and I really love challenge. It's funny because it's, you know, like going from volleyball to basketball. People think when they are outside of the games, they think it's the same thing. It's a team game. You have a ball. Fighting games, people think that because I have 20 years of tournaments, I would be good to any fighting game.
It's still a video game, right?
And I'm like, no, it's so different. You have to learn all the characters. You have to know everything. And most of all, you have to travel for the World Tour, and you have to travel in all over the world. You know the character Ryu from Street Fighter, for example? He has a bag, and he doesn't have shoes, and he travels all over the world to just beat every challenger. And that's a bit like that we live as a fighting games player. We have to travel in US, in Japan, in Korea, France. Fortunately, I'm in France. In Europe, it's one of the best countries. We have to go to England, to Italy, to Germany, and Australia. We have so many countries to go, and no money. So it's really hard to be a competitor right now.
I was just about to ask you what's wrong with it, and then you added the nobody part, and I was like, okay.
Now, I think it's hard because most of the competition now is offline for Tekken, and it's online on Street Fighter. But they need to make the online better so that we don't have to travel that much. Because every week we have a tournament in another country, and it's you don't have time at home. I miss my dog. I miss everybody when I travel. So it needs to change a bit by improving the online at first, I think. In Bornai Namco, please.
So you have an astral meeting tomorrow, the two of you.
Yeah.
So Calibur winners with a game that died, and now happen to have to play Tekken, basically. That's going to be interesting to see. I think we have 2 more questions.
Ladies first.
What?
I'm sorry.
Hello, guys. So you guys actually, Kayane in the previous panel was talking about being a single player and preferring to play as a single player rather than in a team. And obviously you were discussing how important coaching is and team player as a skill overall in both esports and sports. So we were actually discussing what would be the benefits of choosing to play as a single player in an esport rather than as a team player, and of course as the benefits and then the downside of that. So, yep.
I think the question was to you, Kayane.
Yeah, it can be also to
Pros and cons, single player esport versus team-based esport, right?
Yeah, and also to Disho he plays as well, so his take on that too.
I think the thing is that when you play in team, you have to get on well with other people. It's hard for me sometimes. And you need to have an adapted schedule to everyone. And you also need to do with their personal life. So sometimes if they break up with a girlfriend, boyfriend, and they feel sad and they are not in the state to play or train, but you're ready to play, you're ready to compete, and you have to deal with other people's life. To me, that's the worst thing ever, to compete. So, and ego, he said about ego as well. When you play in a team, when you lose, you can always say, that's his fault. Or you feel bad when you play bad, you feel even worse because you have your teammates. At me, I prefer to feel everything for me. Like, if I play bad, it's just my mistake, and if I win, it's because I train hard. But even if it's single player, it doesn't mean I don't play with others. I need everybody to train and to get stronger because there are more than 30 characters in fighting games. So I play my character, but I need to play my character and know all the matchups. So that's how I really need to go to see other players and play and train to get better. And we travel all over the world with other players, even if it's 1 versus 1. But I still consider them like my teammates, but at least it's 1 versus 1, so I'm still happy.
I also think that in solo sports, whether it's normal sports or esports, I think it's very similar. It's a lot harder than in a team sport to make it.
Sorry to interrupt you, just one sec. Vlado said that he had a hard stop at 8:30, so he needs to leave. Thank you very much for being with us. We can carry on for a little while.
So it's a lot harder in a solo sport, but in a team sport, it's a little bit easier, but it's a lot less in your control. Because if you have someone in your team that doesn't like you, if you maybe have a coach that doesn't like you, or maybe you're performing well, but your teammates are not performing well, you're not making it, the organization might drop you, you might not qualify, even though it's not your fault. So you're a lot more dependent on so many different variables. But also, the upside is you could potentially learn a lot faster. You can learn from your teammates if you have a great coach. I used to play football professionally until I was 17 in Germany. I had fantastic...
Define professionally at 17, please. What do you mean?
I played for a club that used to play Bundesliga for the youth, so it was very professional, a lot of training, like
Okay.
there wasn't a lot of vacation or summer time off. Obviously I didn't make money, but for that age it was relatively professional. And sometimes we would have a squad or coach and it was just a great season. Then the season after, the coach didn't like my play style, he didn't like and then I was just on the bench all the time. And I see it similar in esports as well. So it has upsides and downsides, and I think everyone needs to be really aware of what they're good at. If you're really good at adapting, team sports might be your thing. If you struggle at adapting, you should try it on your own. Because afterwards, I went...
Adapting as adaptation, you mean?
Yeah, adaptation,
Okay.
yeah. Because you can make up things in a team sport. Maybe you're not the best shooter, but you can make up with your brain, with your communication. And in a solo sport, you kind of need to be decent at everything at least. Otherwise, your opponents might exploit you, or they might watch demos or replays and look how you play, if it's on a really high level. So you really have to work on your weaknesses as well. Of course in a team sport as well, but in a solo sport even more in my opinion. But the big advantage in a solo sport, it's all on you. If you do everything right, you will succeed. And that's in team sport not always the case.
Yeah.
I think
The data guy, now the data guy speaking.
No, because like there's the distinguishment because a team is still an entity. Yeah. Like whether it's 1v1 or it's a team versus a team, you still have the same format. It's just that you have way more complexity in it. And I feel like maybe it's a touchy topic, maybe that's why the 1v1 games, like at least with StarCraft, are not that popular anymore. It's because I feel like the single player games are more intimidating. Or maybe
they're depressing. Basically, playing StarCraft is a spiral of depression. You go and click play, and you get your ass kicked. Every now and then you win, but you always get served games that you are always the underdog, basically. And unless you like that, which means that you need to have an e-sport athletic attitude, it's a spiral of torment, basically.
Yeah, and with team games, you can kind of salvage it. You have like, you can blame the teammates if you want, kind of. But at the end of the day, if it is in an esports format, you're all equally responsible, including the coach, including the analyst, to win and essentially to perform at your best. And this is what we're seeing, at least with a lot of our clients. It's like you have some players that are taking off and they're playing way better than they usually are, and some other player is not performing that well, because at the end of the day, you're one entity. And even when you mentioned with VOD reviewing, you're still reviewing the weaknesses individually. And even in the team format, if it's mobile games, you still have each lane. So it's still a 1v1. If it's a mid lane, it's a 1v1. If it's a hard lane, it's still 1v1. So essentially, there's still 1v1s, but they're just mini on a micro level. But
composite 1v1s.
Yeah. That eventually evolves into a team competition. So it's still kind of the same.
But if you win your 1v1 on your side and the others lose their 1v1s, you still lose a team. And this is what I'm saying. Like, if I'm in poker, if I play well and do everything right over you, I will win, no matter what. And I'm not depending on teammates or anything. It's a lot harder because I have to be very, very disciplined. I have to make my own schedule. I have to get coaches to look into my game. So I still kind of have a team. But when it comes to the execution and the performance, I'm not... I agree still with what you're saying, but there's still the other 1v1s on the other side of the map.
Let me see if you know this one. So, going back to Korea, which was a topic earlier, right? StarCraft Brood War, kind of, it's a religion over there. And there was this famous French player, actually.
Elki?
Elki, yes.
Yes, I know him.
You know him?
Yes, when I go to Las Vegas for Evo, for fighting games, we would see each other.
Okay, so he's still into video games?
He's not video games anymore, he's poker.
He's poker,
He's rich playing poker.
So basically this guy was like, there is this joke that in StarCraft Brood War there are 6 races. There is Terran, Proto, Zerg, and then there is Korean Terran, Korean Protoss, and Korean Zerg. So that's how much the difference of skill was. And Elki was one of the few, and actually the most successful non-native Korean for a very long time in Korea. And on top of that, he's French, and French with an attitude. So he's like kind of a, you know, poster boy type of person.
Yeah, he dyed his hair.
Yeah.
Pink, and glasses, sunglasses, and he would go to Korea like a superstar. Yeah.
But in Korea, like if you play StarCraft Brood in Korea professionally, you are a superstar. Basically, that's the definition there of a superstar. and there was his, like, when he's retired from StarCraft Brood War, which is round about the time when the Scandinavian guys started playing as well. There was like, there was this famous, I cannot quote it word by word, but I think I'll get the meaning. Basically, he explains the difference between StarCraft Brood War competitive and poker, and he says, well, think of it like this. If I have the most important championship for StarCraft Brood War in Korea, which happens twice a year, I need to practice for a month. I need to practice for 6 months. Or like 5 months at the championships only takes 1 month. And then if my ambition is to win, then the zero is binary. Either I win or I lose. And if I lose, I stand to gain nothing. Now think of it as with poker. If I need to prepare for a competition, which is in 6 months, I play for 5 months, and if I lose the championship, I'm still $2 million ahead. Basically, that's how he described the difference between StarCraft Brood War and poker back in the days. But interesting correlation between strategy games in particular and poker that we've seen. Anything else? One more question there.
Yeah, hi. Thank you for the panels. I found them all pretty valuable. My question is, I'm going to bring it back a bit to the start of your panel, where Benjamin mentioned about setting up the groundwork for the 2028 Olympics. And, you know, there was talks about content creation, you know, always being like in the people's face and stuff, and getting them to like normalize it. But I didn't hear something that I would love to hear your opinions on, which is like the people actually getting into the games themselves, because there is 100% value in watching them, but I feel like games are meant to be played first. So what do you think is a good solution to kind of get people who are not into games to try out these games? Because I feel like, you know, in order to appreciate football, you kind of need to at least have kicked the ball to see the difference in like mastery and to kind of inspire, as Tihomir said, a lot of people watch to get better. So what do you think is a good solution? Internet cafes used to be more of a thing. There still are in like Korea, Greece, but here they kind of died out. So what do you think is like a good approach?
I think this is the idea. That this is why when the Olympic Committee is talking about esports, they're actually talking about video games that are about actual sports. So if you look at their definition, because we've spoken a bit, it's like when they say esports, they don't mean Counter-Strike and League of Legends and Tekken. They mean FIFA and someone that made a copy of Frisbee or whatever. So I think...
Or even more rudimentary, they're thinking of audiences. And compliance and audiences.
I think it's a soft launch into it. Because like, if you haven't played games, this is like, oh, you first play FIFA, and then you'll be like, oh, maybe you can see the other games. I think that's their idea for the soft launch. But at the same time, is it not that mainstream anymore? Like, you have like 2 billion gamers or something. It's becoming the mainstream. A lot of the traditional sports organizations are getting into esports as well, because they start comprehending like, oh, you watch football, but the average age of a viewer in football is 30 now. If you watch American football, it's 45 or something, like stuff like this. And most of that bucket is going into esports. So this is why you have teams like PSG that have a Dota team. You have Man City that works with FaZe Clan, like stuff like this. So I think this is just a way to diversify of Olympic Games getting into esports. Like, cause how are you going to transition? Like, oh, you're gonna watch biathlon now, or like gymnastics, and then suddenly you're going to Counter-Strike. How do you swap between this context? So I feel like just these copies of what a sports game is into an esports format is just the soft launch.
I want to add one more thing to that. It's not on the topic, but it's in the context of the topic. I don't think we oftentimes really appreciate the time that we're living in. If you just go 15 years ago, you did not have YouTube, basically. And now, 15 out of top 20 played games are freemium. And in some of them, if not most of them, you get the full gaming experience without paying money. You have YouTube, you have Wikipedia, you have $5 per month subscription to any SVOD platform that you can imagine. You have TikTok. And the competition for human brain time is ridiculous. Basically, that's the scarcest resource on planet Earth for the digital entertainment industry, is the available brain time of audience. And this is kind of the whole context that we live in. And everything that's either esports or just gaming or anything else has to be considered into the export that is becoming increasingly more complicated to grab someone's attention and hold on his attention. And that's why storytelling is increasingly more important, and that's why Riot are fucking awesome, especially with this year's Worlds. They did an amazing job with all the storytelling they did, because it was made in a way. I'm much more of a Dota guy than League of Legends, but I appreciate good things when they're good things. And just it's made in a way that you watch one video, you hear the name Faker, you don't know who that guy is, you don't know what that game is, but you're like, I want to see where it goes, like I want to see what's the story. So I think like video game are mainstream, they're everywhere. It's just that it's very crowded already in the economy of spare time market, basically.
I would also add to your question that I wouldn't necessarily say this, and I also agree, it's happening inevitably over 10, 15, 20 years. We'll really reach this point where it's catching up with football or other sports. Viewerships are the same, it's just a matter of the time if you look at the trends. But in order to make it really acceptable, it's not just that you create some sort of engagement around the event. I mean, what is your favorite sport? Esports, okay. Let's say it would be football. Why would we watch people football? Because they played it in their youth, right? So this is where I see similarities, that in schools, universities, you have more esports classes or gaming classes in general, because it would also counter, and I find this a bit dangerous with everything that is going on in these days with TikTok and information overload, that young people are also led to more responsible first experiences with all these platforms, gaming, and not just left alone here, you have your first computer and now do whatever you want. I see a lot of problems there potentially. And then if this is being offered at schools, university, I don't know how it is in Bulgaria, I just know in Germany that's not really the case. That we have such, let's call it gaming classes. I know from my time at school, you had a football class, a volleyball class, and you could sign up for it, or a book class or something like this. But anything with computer, I think even today, maybe like an Excel class or something like this. But like gaming classes itself are not really existing, where I'm like, what the fuck is going on?
There is a school esports league in Bulgaria with 40 schools participating in Counter-Strike and League of Legends, yeah.
That's good.
And the guys are doing a quite good job, I would say.
Yeah. But this should be nationwide. I think every school should have a room where young kids can go and play, depending on the age, whether it starts with Minecraft and then Fortnite or whatever that is.
We are
also
thinking
with
in that direction.
An instructor that is ideally also experienced with gaming. That would be the ideal solution or ideal.
That's something that we're thinking on, and we're kind of doing the pre-work on the subject. So yeah.
I think you kind of addressed the problem, because when you ask him which is your favorite esport, he said, which is your favorite sport? He said esports. So compare this explaining to someone that is 60 years old. What is esports? That's true. So this is like, I think this is what the Olympic Committee is literally doing.
I did the reverse exercise, actually. It was super funny. A guy I know brought me to Belgrade's Combank Arena, like their main hall, on a basketball game of, they're crazy about basketball in Serbia, of Barcelona versus Crvena Zvezda. And then I wrote a long post about how weird this sport is. Like many people chanting, and then there is a referee, and then like there are decisions that are not clear, and then the players, like if you put your esports glasses, the most surprising part is actually, was for me, the audiences insulting one another. You don't have that in esports.
You do, don't you? Like even with Carmine Corp versus Vitality or G2 in League of Legends, that's what you monetize, actually, because you make it intriguing for the fans. Like not insulting, but you had a huge trash talking with G2.
Trash talking, sure, but
when there was a championship in Berlin and Sentinels were flying to Berlin, G2 Carlos rented an airplane. And he let it flew over Berlin that said "fuck Sentinels," and they made a whole story out of it. It got so many views, and these stories, obviously.
But it's like, okay, so what I was.
You mean more the fans are aggressive towards each other, kinda?
In football, you have ultra hooligans, right? Yeah. That's like an extreme. In esports, you have nothing remotely close to that.
Yeah, but that would be cringe, no? Like imagine fighting over an esports team.
That
like
has sadly happened in Greece when Panathinaikos announced the League of Legends team. Like bunch of ultras of
yeah,
of
but
the
those
other
are the
team.
football ones too. So it's not the actual esports.
But it hit
fans, so-
esports.
But
Yeah.
the goal should also be that all this engagement and reaction shouldn't happen online, that a piece of content is produced as it was happening with the airplane, because then this can be monetized, where then
Sure,
potentially
trash
sponsors
talking works, trolling works, especially with online communities. But it's still
it's
in
good
bon
trash
ton.
talking.
It's
It
still
has
in
to be
bon ton.
good, with a story, with a, you know, like something unique. If you just shit on the enemy team, it's more cringe.
Which was for me at this basketball game. Basically, one team was yelling at the other, "I'm gonna cut your head off." 70% of the time. That's literally what was happening there. Classic sports, I guess.
It's a bit excessive.
Go to football match in Bulgaria, you would see that.
No, I know.
That's like a fairy tale for your 3-year-old kid, if you want to say that. One more question over there. Can we get a mic to the lady?
Can I get a proposal? Can I say something before giving it to her? Marto is scared because he knows when I get the microphone there is something crazy about to happen, but I promise you it's not. While you were talking, because I've heard that story, his story, a couple of times, I look at the wall and everything I hear is blah, 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 blah. It's all fine. And suddenly a light bulb above my head struck me. Let's start with a joke. Your nickname is Kayane.
Kayane.
Kayane. My name is Kayane. And I see the newspapers after tomorrow, Kayane and Kayane in a fight in Tekken. The winner is the community. Marto, I'm changing. I'm going to esports.
Good luck with that.
By the way, thank you very much. I want to do a proposal. Swavi started with Soul Calibur. She started with Soul Calibur. If they're okay with it, let's do a show match tomorrow in Soul Calibur between the two of them.
Oh, yay. Okay, let's do that.
That's a yes. He's rusty, but it's a yes. I can translate from Bulgarian to you.
Can we do that?
Oh, yeah, sure.
If you want to do it, of course. We can do
You're
that.
going to have the Tekken and the Soul Calibur.
We can do that.
All right.
What, tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow after
sure.
the tournament.
Yeah, sure. So Calibur 6, I'm happy. Great.
The lady over there.
Be prepared.
One, two, yeah. Hi, my name is Magdalena, and my question is because you're talking about the Olympic Games. First, is this going to happen in 4 years, or it's still quite like questioning that the e-sport are going to the Olympics, or is still questioning? This is my first question. Like, is it on, or they're discussing?
It is on. It is on. Basically,
It's gonna be there.
Video games and Olympics have been flirting for 10 plus years, introducing certain video games.
The first time is gonna be in 4 years.
No, it's a little bit different. So, like, just give you a little bit of context so you can get what's going on now. For the last, I think, 3 Summer Olympic Games, there have been video games competitions, which are part of the side program of the Olympics. And in parallel to that, there have been conversations if and how the Olympics Committee could integrate video games.
But
And
is it certain that in 4 years' time?
getting to that, just I felt the context is important. That's why I didn't answer the question. So next year, for the first time, esports Olympics are happening. It's not part of the Olympics. It's a new sub-brand product of the Olympics.
It's like pre-year in school.
Pardon?
Pre-year in university, it's like this.
Not necessarily. It's different. It's not part of the Winter or Summer Olympics, as we know the two distinctive Olympic Games. It's a new thing that the Olympic Committee is doing. It's called the Esports Olympics.
Yeah, and the second question, thanks a lot. The second question is how come, like in your head as players, you compare something which is so mindful with the Olympic Games, which is so connected with the physical body. This is two different things. And where is the braveness in yourself that you can really think of comparing the two things, being in one discipline. Like people were breaking bones and joints and hearts during the real sport, and you're overtaking like this is a sport as well. What is the comparing to your head that this can really be a sport, and why are you calling it a sport as it's more related to the brain, not to the physics, because sport itself is related to the physics first. So my question is a little bit of
I also
also
need my hands to play.
Yeah.
So I think that most of the people would say that when they don't know esport, they would say it's not a real sport. I think we don't even care about the answer anymore because we have our own
It's a question.
ecosystem. Yes, we have our own ecosystem. So we have also our own ways to play and to compete, and the physical body is really important. Like it's really connected to my brain. I really need to connect with my brain to have the reflexes to adapt to my opponent in a very fast game. And we talk about StarCraft, and StarCraft is a strategy game. You need like 300 actions per minute just to play well. And then you have...
But this is brain, this is not physics.
No, it's
No,
your
it's
arms
also
as
your
well.
body.
It's your
Yeah,
arms
but
as well,
it's
because you
not
have
like-
to coordinate it and you rely
Yeah,
on
but it's a
reflexes.
loaded question. There is no simple answer. So if you look at it from epistemological perspective, you go one direction.
So, but
Semantics is another. Is chess a sport?
Yeah.
Is chess a sport?
I don't think.
But
yeah.
there is no single authority in the world that can say is it a sport or not. So it's like extremely nuanced. We can go for hours on this topic.
Yeah.
But generally, there are definitions because back in the days we worked to establish a federation for esports in Bulgaria, organization that exists in many countries. And by the classification of the Ministry of Sports, there are few definitions of sport. And where esports was best accommodated, I think was...
It was in chess, was it not?
No, I don't remember anymore, but basically there is a special thing that's like related to hand-to-eye coordination.
Yeah, but piano players who play Rachmaninoff concerto, for example, with 12 voices per less than a second, and which means in minutes this is more than 300 notes per minute playing, maybe 1,000.
They can be good at
because
StarCraft.
this is also can be a sport, but it's not. It's an art because this is also connected to the
Are
brain.
you competing with
to the
another pianist?
But that's the thing. Why do you think your thing is a sport?
Because you have the same fundamentals as in sports. So basically you have a competition, you have a format. In order for you to execute those activities, it's close to identical as sports. And even Vlado, who was a professional, that's fine. It's an opinion, it's subjective.
I think this question in particular needs wine. That's my opinion.
No.
Needs what?
He
Wine.
doesn't want to go back home.
No, I mean, I get your point, but at the same time, these games have in-game mechanics that if you're not in a proper physical condition to execute them, you're not going to be good at the game. And also you have the stress, you have the mental fatigue. These people are playing for 10, 12 hours a day.
Like the pianist.
Well, I don't know why you're comparing those two.
Because I cannot compare these to sports, that's it. It's
yeah, but you're not comparing it with a sport, you're comparing it with playing
mental.
piano. So that's not a valid comparison in my opinion, but yeah.
Yeah. Chess is sport or art. I think it's a mental game. It's not a sport or art. It's a...
Okay, then the question comes, can a mental game be a sport? It's an organized world championship where people are competing.
No, sport is related to the physical bodies.
That's what I was saying, that it's a loaded question, because if we're really getting into this conversation, it really needs to start with the definition of the word sport.
Exactly.
And in different contexts. And then we can take it from there, and then we can have very, I imagine by how it started, a very good and fruitful conversation, pleasurable one. But I don't think we'll get to the point where you would convince anyone that this isn't a sport and anybody would convince you that it's a sport. It's an organized activity that requires skills from the participant, being individual or team. It has rules and regulations, and people can be ranked on performance. And from that moment on, we can agree that we can organize a sports competition with these glasses and 2 mugs on the table, because we have the components that we need for an organized sport. Would you consider it a sport? Most likely not.
Yeah,
Can I be entertained by competing in this? Yes. Do I feel like participating in a sports activity? Most likely.
So
But I think these are two different perspectives.
Maybe I can just jump in when we have our teams at our facility. I kind of respect that if someone says, I define it for me more attached to the physical component, I can see that. And I think there's nothing you can argue about, and then you're absolutely right on this. But in terms of the objective definition, then it's kind of a sport. And maybe from my own experience, working with teams, you have no idea how exhausted they are. And as he just said, it's like 300-400 actions per minute with their hands,
my
with their
brother
fingers.
was the third.
Can I please finish?
Dota,
Please
so
finish
I
for a
know
second. I was also listening to you. And they're absolutely exhausted. Some of them sweating. They need to warm up. They're wearing ankle protectors, arm protectors, and they're burning a lot of. It's a lot more exhausting than chess, for sure, in terms of the physical activity. It's not as physical draining as boxing or something, but if someone has not gone through it, it's really hard to judge it. I mean, I'm doing a lot of more sports. I used to do a lot of sports myself, so I definitely see your point. But when you see those esports athletes going through a day of competition and what they're doing in terms of their physical activity, I think in general, not just you, it's completely underestimated.
Okay, I still think it's more mental activity than physical, and it cannot be compared to sport, but that's...
Yeah, you're right on this. It's more mental. Nobody's arguing this. But this is not part of the definition whether it's a sport or not. Per definition...
I think we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
And that's...
Thank you.
Did I help moderate?
Pardon?
Did I help moderate?
Yeah, agree to disagree. Any more questions? Oh, thank you very much for spending this Friday evening with us. And I hope it was a
Thank you.
good decision for you to be here. Thank you.